live on YouTube,
I should be sitting.
which I'm
Okay.
telling you for your information and so that you can give your informed consent. That has already been required of the speakers. And as soon as we are ready, I think we will start.
Okay.
We are live.
Dove la vedo qua?
Thank you.
Okay.
So, if there is live audience, welcome again to the workshop on less documented languages of the Siena Glow taking place in Florence. Without further ado, because I want to keep to the schedule, I introduce to you the first speaker, Maria Cunelli from from Rutgers University, who will be talking about Nilotic languages. Is that right?
Yes. Yeah.
And you have to speak in the microphone.
Okay.
Put your hand.
Okay. Wait, does it work?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Thank you for organizing this workshop. So yes, today we will talk about reconstruction in Nilotic. So we know that there is reconstruction for principle C across a variety of movement types in different languages. So in one, you see WH movement in English, for example, and we see that which picture of Tina reconstructs in its original position, and that's why she cannot co-refer to Tina. But we also know that not all movement types give rise to reconstruction effects. For example, in English, we know that a movement or movement of adjuncts do not show obligatory reconstruction. This is sometimes known as anti-reconstruction. And the research question is, how can we account for the observed distribution of principle C reconstruction effects, right? So how can we predict when we will see it and when we won't? So there have been a lot of answers that have been proposed in the literature, but a very popular, let's say, explanation in recent research is that whether a move DP reconstructs for principle C or not depends on whether there is a possibility for at least part of that noun phrase to be merged late, for example, in its landing site. So let's see how this would work in more detail. So assuming the copy theory of movement, we expect to have two copies whenever we have movement. And so the existence of the lower copy is what leads to reconstruction. So absence of reconstruction is analyzed as the absence of the lower copy, or at least like an impoverished copy. So we'll have absence of at least a part of that lower DP. And the way this is analyzed is by saying that in some cases, part of a DP argument can be merged late, and so can be merged higher than its original argument position. So there are at least two concrete implementations of this idea in the literature. So one is wholesale late merger, and the other one is layering derivations. So those two do very similar things. So we have the idea that part of the noun phrase is merged late, but the way they do it is a bit different. So in wholesale late merger, the D head of the DP is merged low in its original argument position, and then the NP complement of D is merged late. In layering, we kind of have the reverse. So the NP is merged low. And then what happens is that the functional projections, including D, are added via external remerge. So you see an illustration of that in 2. So here we have like a type of sidework movement. So we merge something to the NP, and then we remerge it to the original structure by adding something external. So you see in 2, we would...
Oh, the slide.
Oh, yes, sorry. So we see into that we first merge the MP, then we merge the D head in this sidework fashion, and then we remerge the whole thing in spec TP. Okay, now these mechanisms give us a way of introducing part of the DP late, but we still have to constrain that so that we know, when it can happen and when it can't, because sometimes we see reconstruction and sometimes we don't. And to my knowledge, the implementations of these ideas rely on case to constrain the application of late merge. So the assumption is that all nominals need to be assigned case in the syntax. So that's a version of the case filter, basically. And then late merge is only possible if the noun can be assigned case after it's merged. So we can only merge somewhere where we can get case. And there has been some very recent work on Mongolian and Hindi scrambling that provides additional support for the role of case in the distribution of principal C reconstruction effects. So what those papers show is that whether you reconstruct or not depends whether the movement targets a position from where you can get case. Okay. So in this talk, I will compare principal C reconstruction effects in two Nilotic languages, Kipsigis and Dinka, and I will argue that it is not case that regulates the presence or absence of principal C reconstruction effects. So in a nutshell, what we will see is that the two languages have identical case facts, but different behavior with respect to reconstruction for principal C. We will see, however, that they behave differently with respect to phi agreement. And so I will argue that it's phi agreement and not case that constrains the application of late merge. And any correlation that we see with case is probably due to the well-known relationship between agreement and case assignment. Okay, so some general background on the two languages. So Kipsigis and Dinka belong to the southern and western branch of Nilotic respectively. Kipsigis is spoken by approximately 2 million speakers in Kenya, and the data come from fieldwork, and Dinka is spoken by approximately 4 million speakers in South Sudan, and all data here come from Van Erck's dissertation on the language. Okay. So some basic information on clause structure in the two languages. Kipsigis is pro-drop, and the pragmatically neutral word order is VSO. However, we do see some flexibility in word order post-verbally, so as long as you have V1, there is relatively free word order after the verb. So in 3, for example, you see Chebet saw the child, and you see that we can have VSO in A and VOS, and VOS in B. Okay, Dinka is V2, so you see that in 4. So here we see that the verb is in the same position, the second position in A through C. And you see that we could have the subject in the preverbal position in A, the object in B, or the instrument in C. But we do see V1 in some cases. So in 5, you see a yes or no question. So Dinka does have some verb initial structures as well. And V1 and V2 in those two languages has been analyzed in terms of head movement in previous literature. So for Dinka, Van Erck argues that the verb moves to C. For Kipsigis, the claim has been that the verb moves to a projection alpha between T and C. Okay, but in both languages, we have head movement of the verb. Okay. Moving on to the positions that we'll be concerned with, the preverbal position in Dinka is famously a mixed position. So Van Erck shows in his dissertation that you see a mix of what you would expect from A and A bar movement. Okay, so here I have a summary of the properties, but we'll only look in more detail at the ones that will be relevant. For the A bar properties are that it's long distance and it's driven by information structure features. And the A properties are that it is restricted to nominals, it affects agreement and morphological case, it creates new binding possibilities for anaphors, there are no weak crossover effects, and there is no reconstruction for principal C. Okay, so we'll talk about case and agreement first. So Dinka noun phrases make a distinction between unmarked case, which Van Erck calls absolutive, and an oblique case used for subjects and possessors, which Van Erck calls genitive. Now, this case is usually called marked nominative in other Nilotic languages, and so we will see that term when we talk about Kipsigis, for example, but it is the same case, okay? Noun phrases in the preverbal position, so the one that we move to, and that is the position that we'll be interested in, always appear in the unmarked case, okay? So what that means is that there is a case alternation for possessors and subjects, basically. So when you have a subject post-verbally, it will show up with this marked nominative / genitive case. When it appears pre-nominally, it will appear with unmarked case. So you see an example in 6. So we have a yen is eating food with a knife, right? So in A, we have a yen in the preverbal position and it's unmarked. In B, we have it in the postverbal position and it's marked with this genitive marked nominative case. We also see phi agreement between whatever moves to the preverbal position and the verb auxiliary. Which is analyzed as agreement between C and whatever moves to spec C by Van Erck. So we see that in 7. So if you look at B and C in particular, you see that here you have seen a giraffe. In C, we have you, the man has seen, right? So here you is a subject in B, it's an object in C, but phi agreement will be with what is in spec CP and not with the logical subject. Okay. Then if you turn the page, we see in 8 that Van Eyck shows that there is no reconstruction for principle C. Okay, so here we have the brother of Mayen and Diane. They have seen the language is prodrop, but here we see that it does not reconstruct. Okay, so we can have co-reference. Okay, so for Dinka mixed AA bar properties, the main A properties that we care about is that we have this case alternation, there is phi agreement, and we have no reconstruction for principle C. Moving on to Kipsigis, which is a bit less known in the theoretical literature in terms of that position. So even though Kipsigis is verb initial, there is a pre-verbal topic position in the language, which is marked by the particle ko. So you see an example in 9. So in 9, we have Kibet is eating ugali. In A, we have the default word order, which is VSO. And in B and in C, you see that we can move either the subject or the object before the verb, and we get that topic marker. Now, this position has a V2 effect, so only one item can ever appear before the verb. So what you see in 10 is that no matter how many topic markers we try to put in there, you can never have two topicalized phrases. Okay, so you can only have one, so it does have a V2 effect similar to Dinka. Now, in previous work, it has been shown that this position is derived by movement. For example, it obeys island constraints, and it also exhibits properties of mixed movement similar to Dinka. Okay, so again, I won't show all the data. I do have a full list here, and then I will talk about the data that are more relevant for the talk. So A bar properties, it's long distance, and it's driven by information structure features. Though for Kipsigis, there is a small difference from Dinka, so only topics can move there, whereas for Dinka, either focused or topicalized items can move. And as we will see, we have obligatory reconstruction for principle C. The A properties, it is restricted to nominals, same as in Dinka. It affects case, so we do have the same case alternation. There are no weak crossover effects, and there is something there that I have about floating quantifiers. You can have floating quantifiers. Okay. Now let's look at those A properties. So first, you can see in 11 and in 12 that if we try to move an adverb or a prepositional phrase, this is ungrammatical. So that shows that the position is restricted to nominals. Only DPs can move there. And moving on to case, we see the same case alternation basically that we saw in Dinka. So Kipsigis noun phrases make a distinction between a morphologically unmarked form and the morphologically marked case for post-verbal subjects. And if you go back to 9, which is in the previous page, you will see here that Kibet, which is our subject in A, is marked for this marked nominative in the VSO order, but it is unmarked in B. Now, I should have mentioned a bit earlier that case is marked tonally. Okay, so you do have to trust my glosses here. Okay, so Kibet, this high tone is nominative, the low tone is the unmarked form. Okay. So we have the same case alternation as in Dinka. Okay, and I should also note that this is a general trend of languages in that language family with this case system. So if you have a marked nominative case system, you basically only get this case post-verbally, but not in this pre-verbal position. So it's not unique to those two languages. Now, unlike Dinka, agreement in Kipsigis is always with the subject. Okay, so agreement is very straightforward in the language. It's always with the subject, never with whatever has moved to spec CP. So in 13, you see, I see the child. So here we have a little pro as a subject, but you see first person singular agreement on the verb. And in B, where the child is topicalized, we see that the agreement is still first person singular, and you can never get third person agreement here. And now the second difference is that unlike Dinka, there is obligatory reconstruction for principle C. So you see an example in 14. So he saw Kibet's picture. That's our baseline, where we see that there is, that principle C is active in the language. And in B, we see that if we move Kibet's picture to this pre-verbal position, we still get the principle C effect. Okay, so there's obligatory reconstruction. Now, what you see in 15, if you turn the page, is just another example, which is from Boss's dissertation. So here we have a very similar sentence, basically. So the picture of Chebet, he saw it. The difference from the sentence that you saw before is that here we have a little pro. So basically what the two sentences together show is that irrespective of what the pronoun is, you'll get the same effect for reconstruction. And also it's worth noting that these are different speakers and, two different researchers testing. So we always see this reconstruction effect. Okay. Now, The table that you see in section 5 summarizes the properties of these two positions, and we'll move on to the more theoretical part of the talk. So looking at the summary, we see that for both positions, we have those facts. So the movement to that position is long distance, driven by information structure, restricted to nominals, no weak crossover effects, and there is a case alternation for subjects. Okay, so those facts are the same for the two languages. And the two facts that are different are reconstruction for principle C and phi agreement between C and the specifier. Okay, so in Kipsigis we have reconstruction, in Dinka we don't, and in Dinka we have agreement, in Kipsigis we don't. Okay. Okay. Now, this position has been analyzed as spec CP in previous work in both languages, and here is Van Erck's analysis for the Dinka facts. So Van Erck argues that C in Dinka has a composite probe that has an A bar and a phi feature, and DPs need to bear both of those features to be able to move to spec CP, so they will always bear the phi features, the phi as in virtue of being like a noun phrase, and then they need to have this A bar feature to be able to move. And because of the presence of that phi probe on C, we see agreement with the DP. Okay, so that's how agreement happens. There is a phi probe on C, the DP will agree with C. And Van Erck argues that that phi agreement leads to the assignment of nominative case, but that's like normal nominative case, unmarked nominative, not that marked post-verbal case. Okay. And since spec CP is a case position, NPs can undergo wholesale late merger in that position. And when this happens, there is no reconstruction for principle C. Okay, so basically C in Dinka is different from C in English, for example. It has that phi probe. It can assign case via agree to the noun phrase that moves there, and that makes late merge possible. And that's why we don't get obligatory reconstruction. Now recall that we do have that morphologically marked case post-verbally. So Van Erck's analysis for that one is that we get last resort prepositional case to license the subject in case it hasn't moved to spec CP. Okay. Now let's go back to Kipsigis with that analysis in mind. Now in Kipsigis we have the exact same case alternation, right? And Van Erck does say in his dissertation that his analysis of marked nominative in Dinka should in principle extend to the other Nilotic languages because the case facts do look identical, okay? However, if we do extend the analysis to Kipsigis, spec CP would be a case position in Kipsigis as well. And wholesale late merger would in principle be possible, okay? So it is a bit of a puzzle why we get obligatory reconstruction for principle C, right? So the fact that we see reconstruction for principle C obligatorily means that wholesale late merger is not allowed in Kipsigis, basically, okay? And if it were a case position, that's a puzzle. However, we do see a clear difference between the two languages when it comes to the properties of C, right? So C agrees with the DP in Dinka, but not in Kipsigis. And so the possible solution to that puzzle is that phi agreement, so that it is not case that makes wholesale late merger or any other type of late merger. It could also be layering if you rework the analysis in that framework. It's phi agreement that makes it possible. And any role that case plays is epiphenomenal due to the relationship between case and agreement. So for the rest of the talk, basically what I will do is provide an analysis that is very similar to Van Erck's, but just makes agreement the relevant licensing factor for nouns. And then I will talk about what I think is going on with the case alternation. Okay, so I assume that C in both languages has a composite probe. In Dinka, we've already seen that's A bar and phi. I just follow Van Erck here. For Kipsigis, the features will be topic, and then I have this delta, which is supposed to be the nominal requirement, right? That does mean that whatever drives the nominal requirement, I think, is different from phi features. But that's what that delta is doing there. And the reason why we have topic in Kipsigis is that we only see topics, whereas in Dinka, it seems to be more general. Okay. Now, I follow Ni's theory of nominal licensing. So in that theory, a DP has to be licensed in the syntax, and licensing happens via agree for phi features. Now, that means that agree doesn't have to have a morphological reflex. And this is implemented by adopting a model in which agreement takes place in two steps. We have agree link in the syntax that establishes a link between a noun phrase and a head, and agree copy post-syntactically, which copies the values. Okay. So for Dinka, C agrees with the DP that eventually moves there. and licenses that DP, okay? And that means the nominals can be licensed in spec CP, and the rest is basically the same as van Erck, right? So van Erck says you get agreement and then you get nominative by agreement, and it's case that makes that licensing possible. I just say that it's just that agree step that makes licensing possible, okay? And since we have that wholesale late merger being possible, we have reconstruction not being obligatory, okay? Now for Kipsigis, the solution is very simple. We say that we don't have that phi probe. There is no agreement happening for phi features. That means that no nouns can be licensed in spec CP in the language, so we cannot late merge, and that's why we get obligatory reconstruction. So we can never merge the noun late. Okay, so now you might be thinking, okay, you just reworked the analysis a little bit, right? That van Erck had. What about all those case facts? So now I'll give you the analysis of the case fact. So there is part of that I will not give you all the evidence for because it's too complicated to fit into one talk. But the reanalysis that I have depends on how I analyze this post-verbal marked nominative slash genitive. So in ongoing work, I argue that this case in nilotic languages is not this last resort case, but rather inherent case assigned in spec voice P. Okay, so it's similar to ergative in that sense. So in 16A and B, you just see a transitive subject and a subject of an ergative, right? So for those cases, what happens is straightforward. So I say that this is base generated there, and it gets this case in spec voice B, which is a type of inherent case. The tricky part is what happens with an accusatives, and that's why I don't have time to go over all the arguments. You can ask me, in the questions if you want. But basically, my assumption here is that semantic transitivity and syntactic transitivity are dissociated. So that means that you can have a voice head that is expletive semantically, so it doesn't have to assign an external thematic role like an agent. And so what I argue is that in these languages, you always have a voice layer that has an EPP feature. So something must always be there. And so for transitives and anergatives, you just base generate, and that's how you satisfy the EPP. But for unaccusatives, what happens is that you get the theme moving to the specifier of voice P. And in that position, it gets that case marked nominative. Okay. Now, I assume that any noun phrase that is marked with this oblique case has a K layer. So marked nominative slash genitive marked nominals will have the structure in 18. Okay, so this is a very straightforward structure. So we just have a DP and then we have a K layer on top. And now let's move on to the case alternation, right? So if that is a KP, how do we end up with unmarked case in the preverbal position? So I argue that this is related to this very strict nominal requirement that this position has in those languages. So we know that this position targets nominals, right? So we know there is a DP requirement. We never see PPs or adverbs or anything like that in any of those languages. And what I argue is that movement to spec CP will target basically the DP stranding the K head. And that's why you get unmarked case preverbally. Okay, so in B, you just see the derivation for Kipsigis. Now, you might wonder if there is any evidence for that. So I think that evidence for this type of derivation comes from Dinka. So it's indirect evidence, but let's see what it looks like. So something that I have kind of like glossed over in this talk is that verbs in Dinka show a morphological distinction between subject voice, object voice, and oblique voice, depending on the grammatical function of the DP that moves to the preverbal position. So in 20, you see a yen is eating food with a knife. Here, what has moved is the subject, and we have subject voice, which, by the way, is also the morphologically default voice in Dinka. And in B, we have a knife, which is here the instrument, and we get this oblique voice. So this has been analyzed as extraction morphology, basically. But what is important for our purposes is how van Erck analyzes this oblique voice. So van Erck shows that oblique voice is basically the morphological realization of the verb form together with an incorporated preposition. So if you look at 20A, you see, with the knife, we have a preposition and knife. So we have this ne preposition. And what we're trying to do in B is we're trying to topicalize the instrument, okay? And what happens is that what we see in the preverbal position is just the noun. And then if you look at the form of the verb, that has this final vowel, right, which is the same as the preposition. And Van Urk has further arguments in the dissertation that this is an incorporated preposition. Now, how this is implemented theoretically is a bit tricky, but what it does show is that when we're trying to topicalize a PP, we have that DP requirement, and what we do is we take that preposition out, right, and we just move the DP. So I argue that what happens with this case alternation is the same thing. So we take the DP and we leave the K head. Okay. Now, if you turn the page, there is a prediction that, this analysis makes. So if this analysis is correct, what we see is really just a KP versus DP alternation, right? So it's not like a real case alternation as in structural case changes. Okay, so we just have this KP DP alternation. And we do make the prediction that if you find a language that has other oblique cases as well, so not just the one for subjects, then you would expect that this alternation should not be restricted to subjects. So basically what that means is that any oblique case will be morphologically marked post-verbally, but will be unmarked pre-verbally. And unfortunately, there is not a lot of work on ilotic languages, but Turkana seems to be a language that confirms that prediction. So Turkana is verb initial, and it has a richer case inventory than Kipsigis and Dinka, which really just has this unmarked versus marked distinction. So we only have two morphological cases. But in Turkana, we do also have genitive and locative in addition to that marked nominative for subjects. And what Barabas-Weil claims in her dissertation is that noun phrases are always unmarked pre-verbally, irrespective of what they are post-verbally. Okay, so that supports this idea that this is not unique to subjects. Like we really see oblique cases being unmarked pre-verbally. Okay, so that would be in line with this KP DP alternation. Okay. So to conclude, if wholesale late merger or external remerge, any theory of late merge you want for reconstruction are the correct approach to the lack of reconstruction for principle C, then it should be phi agreement and not case that constrains their application. This is consistent with theories of nominal licensing that use agree. And for models in which agree is involved in case assignment, we will often see a correlation between case and agreement. Now, most previous work that argues for the role of case in the unavailability of wholesale late merger can be easily adapted to make nominal licensing via agree the relevant factor. So for example, we already saw that with Van Urk, right? So Van Urk has via agree and case in Dinka. So you can just say, okay, what does the licensing is agree? So you don't really have to change a lot in Van Urk's analysis. Kaine and Bhatt in their paper on Hindi explicitly say they the data do not point towards one or the other theory of case assignment for Hindi, and they say it's compatible with both case via agree and dependent case. All that matters is you can get case. The only theory I think that is not easily adapted to say that agree is what is doing the work is Gong's paper on Mongolian, because there it is dependent case in the syntax that does the licensing work for her. So there is no agree at all in that model. And just a final kind of thought. So, in this talk, I've said, okay, if we keep those theories of reconstruction, we just need to change what the licensing is. But of course, there is another difference between the two languages, which is related to the type of information structure feature that drives the movement. Okay, and so we have topic in Kipsigis, but topic or focus in Dinka. And there is, of course, an open question of, could that be relevant for what is going on as well? So I haven't found any good answers to that, but I wanted to put that out there in the end. Okay, thank you.
Perfect timing. Thank you. Questions? Yes, please.
Hi, thank you.
The microphone.
You were following me? Is that okay? Okay. Thank you. So this is very interesting. I'm wondering a little bit, so you reasonably focused in on the difference in phi agreement, right, as being the determinant for the reconstruction facts, or the visual C facts.
Yeah.
I'm wondering about another possibility, and admittedly, I mean, this is just an idle thought, so it is not fully worked out. This is not an alternative, but I'm wondering about whether the difference could be about the obligatoriness of the position, right? So, right, most of the time, right, in Dinka, it's D2, this is an obligatory position that you're filling, right? And, at least historically in the theory, there's a kind of intuition that A processes are more obligatory, right, for various ways, and A-bar processes are not, right? So even though A-bar considerations play a role in Dinka in choosing what to put in that position, it is an obligatory position, right? As opposed to what you get in Kipsigis, which is really not, the presence of the position is not obligatory, right? And so I'm wondering if that kind of obligatoriness of the position itself might be part of the determination for whether, you can do the late merge or not.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think it's definitely a possibility. The question is how it would be implemented theoretically, right? And I think it could be related also to that last point about the difference in the type of feature that drives that, right? Because also in German, we see with V2 that you don't have like a very strict association between that position and, topic or focus in the way that you have it in Kipsigis, where it's really just topics. So with Imke in that, previous work, we tried all types of focused items. They're very bad there. And even topics, they want very clear context to get the position. So yeah, it's definitely very different from what you see in Dinka. So I think, yes, I think it could be a possibility. The question is how exactly we would implement, this obligatoriness and why you get that. But I think it's a possibility. Yes.
Other question? Yeah, yes.
I'd like to pick up on the preceding question. I mean, it seems to me that the description of Dinka is that there's an A position in the left periphery, an obligatory A position, attracts nominals, agreement, case, whatever. And the question about reconstruction then simply falls out because A positions don't reconstruct. Why it's connected to an A-bar position, that could follow, one is this composite probe idea, which has been around for a while. Another one is a more European cartographic view, which is that there are several positions, one of which is an A position, and then you move on to an A-bar position. And the language that you described lacks this position, or simply doesn't activate it. And then it seems to me that most of the properties and differences between the two languages basically fall out straightforwardly from some traditional distinction between A and A-bar positions.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, I mean, this is definitely a possibility that I have to look into more. And I think in general, it is true that the Kipsigis position looks more A-bar basically than the Dinka position. I mean, this is also related to the point about obligatoriness. So I think the A properties of the Kipsigis position is this strict requirement to have nominals, but we know actually from Mitchell's work, I guess, that we know that there are positions that are sometimes restricted to nominals, but I think that this is the thing that would have to be worked out, right? So why is it an A-bar position that has this very strict requirement for nominals compared to European? I mean, well, you don't see that requirement. But yes, that's an avenue to pursue for sure. Especially since we see the difference in the information structure feature. So this could point towards different positions in the left periphery if we have a cartographic structure. Yeah.
More questions?
Clarification. What's the relation, if any, between complementation and the hanging structures? Are they main clause phenomena? Are they restricted to main clauses?
Oh, these so they are long distance. So we do see movement from embedded clauses to spec CP of the matrix clause. Yeah, we do see that in both languages. I do have a footnote there that there is a related dialect. So in Kipsigis, there is a related dialect that where this position, movement to that position seems to be clause bounded. In Kipsigis, it's not. Speakers can easily do it, but there is, so according to the description at least of that dialect, it would be clause bounded, though within the clause you can move anything, subject, object, or anything else. But yeah, that's the only thing that I can say now. Yeah.
Well, since I don't have the handout, so no, it's okay. So maybe the
Do you want to
question
move? Yeah.
I'm asking is answered in the handout. But
Okay.
what does the TP or IP layer do in your analysis?
Yeah.
Because we have an IP-like role for voice,
Mhm.
and then I didn't hear
Yeah.
IP mentioned. And in a way, it connects to Ur's question.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Yes, indeed, you didn't see any TPs here. So in Van Erk's analysis for Dinka, subjects do move to spec TP, but for him it's dissociated from case and agreement, but you do see movement of them to spec TP. And then for Kipsigis, Bossi and Dirks argue that there is movement to that. So they identify spec TP as the position of post-verbal elements, okay, because the
Okay.
language is verb initial, and we do have flexible word order post-verbally, and they show that whatever appears immediately after the verb is whatever is more prominent in the discourse, usually focused items, but it's not just focus, and that's why they go with this more general discourse prominence idea. And they argue that those items move to spec TP. So they say the verb moves to a position between T and C, and those post-verbal verbs are in spec TP.
Okay. No other questions? Okay, fine. We can move to the next talk. Thank you. Thank you. So please, I invite the next speakers to come to the conference.
No, it's just presentation. No handout. I hope everybody can see the presentation.
Full screen, maybe?
Yeah.
Okay.
If it were to be in English, I would know. But this is
Control L.
oh, control L.
Diego, prego.
Yeah.
Puoi venire qui in the hot seat. Okay, our next speakers are Daniel Aremu from Bielefeld and Philip Weiser from Leipzig.
All right. Thank you very much. In this talk, we are going to be discussing gapping in Yoruba and why it actually licenses non-canonical word order. So to begin, as a way of introduction, the term gapping actually refers to a situation in which in a coordinate construction, as in one A and B, you find the verb of a non-initial conjunct gets elided. So if you look at 1A, so some earth beings and others right. So you have the verb of the second conjunct elided. Also, it can also be a case where a constituent that includes the verb that gets elided. So the verb and another constituent. So that's what you find in 1B. So some eat beans for breakfast and others for lunch. So we have a constituent that includes the verb. And it's important to actually dissociate gapping from phenomenon like pseudo gapping itself, VP ellipsis, as well as right node raising. So in this talk, what we'll be doing is we are going to discuss the syntactic properties of gapping, which we believe is one of the first comprehensive descriptions of the phenomenon outside Europe, and particularly among the West African languages. And we have three claims. We're making three claims. The first is that we argue that in contrast to what has been claimed in the literature for gapping in Yoruba, so in the literature it has been claimed that Yoruba lacks gapping, but we are going to show that that's not true. Yoruba does have gapping. And secondly, we show that gapping in Yoruba involves VP coordination. And then lastly, we are going to discuss why gapping licenses non-canonical word order in Yoruba. So as a object subject, I mean, Yoruba is an SVO language, but we find cases of object preceding subject in gapped clauses or gap construction. So we're going to discuss why this is so, and we argue that this constitutes a strong argument for a theory of gapping involving evacuation movement. Here's the outline. So first, we're discussing the properties of gapping in Yoruba, and then we look at the size of the coordinated constituent, and then gapping and the non-canonical word order that it licenses, and lastly, we give a brief introduction to gapping patterns with respect to serial web construction, which we also believe that this study is one of the first, if not even the first, that actually ties gapping to serial web or look at gapping in serial web constructions. So the first gapping in Yoruba, based on examples like 2, so Nike Lawal argues that there is no gapping in Yoruba. So looking at 2A, so you have the, so this is the conjunctive coordination, and this is the baseline. So Bola J issue, Ayosi J Ogede. And if you have, if you gap the verb of the second conjunct, then the sentence is ungrammatical. So because of this kind of example, so Nike Lawal assumes that there is no gapping in Yoruba. However, upon a closer inspection, we do find examples like the following, like the one in 3A and B. So where we have adversative coordination as well as the disjunctive coordination. So Tolu J issue, Shugbabola Ewa, or so the verb is gapped, and the same with respect to 3B. So we find these kind of examples where indeed there is gapping in the language. So what we see is that it is only coordination with respect to the neutral C coordinator, that is the conjunctive coordinator, that does not allow gapping. And this is the only data that Lawal looks at to make such conclusion. So if we, take the adversative Shugban gapping construction, what we find is that in Yoruba, we actually find the hallmarks or properties of gapping that Johnson describes for English, and that is what I'm going to show you now. So the first is the coordination restriction, and this restriction actually it ties gapping to a coordinated structure. So which means that you only find gapping when you have coordinated structure. And that is why 5 is ungrammatical, because what you have here is an adverbial clause. So some eat beans while others rise. So this is bad. And the same is replicated in Yoruba. Tolu je issue, tori bola ewa. So because clause. So when you gap the verb of the because clause, then that is ungrammatical. So this obeys the coordination restriction that Johnson used in English. Secondly, there is the forward condition, and the forward condition actually requires that the verb of the so the deletion of the verb only applies to the non-initial conjunct. So if you look at 7 is ungrammatical because we have 2 conjuncts, but then it is the verb of the first conjunct that is gapped, and so this violates the forward condition. And the same is replicated in Yoruba. So in 8A is fine because it is the verb of the non-initial, in this case, the second conjunct that is elided. While 8B, if we elide the verb of the first conjunct, then it is ungrammatical. Again, it obeys the forward condition. And thirdly, we have the no embedding condition. And with the no embedding condition, what happens is that the elided material must include the highest verb in the coordinated clause. So if you look at 9, so here we have 2 conjuncts, but then the second conjunct is actually an embedded clause. And so if you gap the verb of the you gap the embedded verb, this sentence is ungrammatical because it violates the embedding condition, because the embedding condition requires that it is the highest verb in the conjunct that is gapped, that is actually gapped. And the same is what we find in Yoruba. So if we gap the verb of if you gap the embedded verb, then the sentence is ungrammatical, which again obeys the no embedding condition. And lastly, another property is with respect to gapping that Johnson analyzed for English is that remnant in gap construction must be accessible movement targets. And that's why if you look at 11A, so 11A is like the baseline. So we have the if clause, Tom will go to Florida if Peter comes too. And 11B shows that this is an island, right? Because if you extract the subject of the if clause, then it's ungrammatical. Then 11C, this is the gap structure in English. It's ungrammatical because we have the remnant in the gapped clause. And what this condition says is that the remnants must be accessible movement target, but because it is in an island, it is not accessible, so it cannot move. And so the same is found in Yoruba. So 12A, Oluyo lọ sí Èkó, tí Adébáwá. So you have the if clause, and if we put gap in here, so if we do gap in that clause, Ni would be the, so in 12B, Ni would be the remnant after we gapped the verb in 12B. And so Ni cannot move because it's in an island. And so we see at least 4 properties of gapping that Johnson analyzed for English, and we see that the same applies to Yoruba with respect to the adversative coordination. So we are going to also look at the size of the coordinated structure or coordinated constituent that is gapped. And in this section, what we will do is we are going to weigh in on 2 recurring debates in the literature, gapping literature. The first is with respect to the size of the coordinated constituent. Is it a VP or a CP? And we will show in Yoruba that it is actually a VP size, so it cannot be a CP or CP size that is gapped or that we find in gapping. And the second debate is with respect to the mechanism that is responsible for elements that survive deletion or gapping in the language. And we will show that gapping in Yoruba presents a strong argument for evacuation movement. So with respect to the first debate, the size debate, what Siegel argues for in English is that English has, in the gapping construction, it is a case of VP coordination. So as in 13. So what you only have is the subject of the first conjunct raises to spec TP because of the T and the word order. But the most important thing is that in English, it has been argued that it is the VP size that you find in gap construction. And the reason that Siegel gave for such construction is that there are functional projections that are above the VP, like tense and negation and complementizer, that cannot appear in the second conjunct. So if you look at 14A, so in the second conjunct, others will rise. This is ungrammatical. And in 14B, this is negation. It's also ungrammatical. In 14C, complementizer, it also makes the sentence ungrammatical. And so what these sentences show is that the second conjunct cannot contain elements that are above V. And so these are arguments that, in English, what you have in the gap structure is the size of a VP and not as large as a CP or even a CP. And instead, what you find is that there is like a scope. So it is the whatever you have in the first conjunct that actually scopes or interpreted in the second conjunct. So in 15, Peter will eat rice and Jim mate. So the tense in the tense that is in T, the high IT, if you recall the structure that I gave here. So the tense here would be what we scope over the both conjunct, basically. And then the same with respect to negation as well. So you have what is high and then it scopes into the second conjunct. In other languages like German, what we find is that people have argued that conjuncts must be of TP or CP sizes, and this is tied to scope. And in fact, in Russian, there is the second conjunct containing C elements as in 17. So you find C element in the second conjunct in 17. So there is the gapped verb, but then there is a Q that we believe in the C, it is in the C. So this shows that in Russian, the gap clause is the size of a C or a CP. So what we see with respect to with Yoruba is that Yoruba actually patterns with English, because we find that the second conjunct cannot contain, just like what we showed in English, cannot contain tense as in 19. So Tulu, yo jẹ iṣu ṣùgbọ́n Bọ́lá, yo ẹwà, this is bad. It can also not contain negation, the negative element, and then it can also not contain the complementizer. So just similar to what we find in English. And so what this shows is that gapping in Yoruba is of the size of the VP. And so instead, what we find is that the T and the negation in the first conjunct actually takes scope over the second one. So in 21, say Tolu je issue Bola ewa. So Tolu will eat yam, but Bola bean. So it is the tense in the T, the high T, that actually scopes into the second conjunct. The same with respect to negation as well. And in addition, we also see that the materials from the left periphery, like the focus mark and ni in Yoruba, cannot appear in the second conjunct. So in 23A, Ashoni Mora, Shuban Bata, Ni Olara. So you have, this is the baseline. And in 23B, if we try to gap the verb of the second conjunct and then with the C or the focus element, or what we have in the left periphery, this sentence is not grammatical. So this shows that it is not the size, it's not as, the second conjunct is not as big as CP. Furthermore, the assumption that gapping involves VP coordination in Yoruba is further corroborated by the impossibility of gapping with C coordination. If you remember the C example I gave that we showed, which Lawal used as an argument that there is no gap in Yoruba, we find that, in 24, you see that C is in the second conjunct, and then this is non-grammatical. And what we see in an independent study that we did, that is in the paper in 2024, is that we argue that C coordination actually coordinates CP level conjunct. So it's expected not to have gapping if gapping in Yoruba is a VP size, right? And that's what you find in 25A. And then 25B is bad because if we try to make VP coordination with C, this is bad, basically. So notice the position of C in the construction, and I'm going to show why that is so. So what we did in 2024 paper and also in Philip's habilitation is that we actually attribute the observation with respect to C in Yoruba to occupy a unique position, and this is due to prosodic requirement. So again, this is the example in 26, and what we argue in that study is that C has a second position requirement in the language to appear after the first prosodic phrase, and its second in the structure that displaces C from what we find in many canonical languages, where you find the and in between the two conjuncts. But in Yoruba, you notice that C is usually inside the second conjunct, so there is a phonological rule that displaces C into the second conjunct, but it has to be after the first prosodic phrase. So, as an interim summary, what we've shown is that gapping cannot co-occur with C coordination, and that is because both gapping and C coordination are restricted to distinct environments. Because gapping can only apply in VP coordination, while we see that C only conjoins CPs. However, we've seen that the adversative Shugban, that is bot, licenses gapping. Now I'm going to hand over to Philip, who's going to talk about gapping and non-canonical word order that he licenses.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to be talking about why the relation between gapping and word order a little bit more. So I hope we have shown you some arguments, and we hope to some extent we've convinced you that the underlying structure for gapping in Yoruba is one of VP coordination, roughly depicted as in here, where only the subject of the first conjunct asymmetrically moves up, and the subject of the second conjunct stays low. And as for the concrete mechanism of deletion, these kinds of approaches tend to assume that we delete some sort of constituent, be it the big VP or the little VP, and remnants that do want to survive this deletion of the constituent can evacuate that constituent in order to survive, right? However, this derivation has been criticized for a number of unusual properties, right? It violates the coordinate structure constraint. It involves the unusually low subject position in the second conjunct. And most importantly, it involves some sort of movement to, let's say, an outer specifier of V here, or some position in the middle field. And crucially, this type of movement is usually not allowed in Yoruba, right? We don't have this kind of movement. It's a relatively, or not relatively, very strict SVO language. Okay, so in what follows, we will present an argument, a straightforward argument. We think that in Yoruba, the low subject position inside the second conjunct, as well as the evacuation movement analysis, is actually the correct one. And the argument is based on the following asymmetry. So in English, you can say something like some eat beans and others rice, but what you cannot do is some eat beans and rice others. However, in Yoruba, you can. So you can say something like I buy clothes, but Ola shoes. That's the baseline, right? That's a simple example that we saw, but you can also, if you want to focus a little bit more on the shoes, you can say something like I buy clothes, but shoes Ola, right? And this is basically saying that under gapping, we can get an object-subject word order that is otherwise impossible. So just to show you this very quickly, there is no way to scramble the object over the subject or to get it in front of the subject, regardless of whether the verb is the last one or it's in between. There is no middle field scrambling. Any deviation from the standard SVO order must involve the focus marker that we've seen earlier. And the focus marker is crucially in the left periphery. And so this is absolutely incompatible with gapping, right? So the reason that we can get this object-subject order will not have anything to do with the presence of the focus marker. To say this once more, like gapping in Yoruba seems to license an object-subject order that is not licensed in regular clauses without gapping. And that is actually such a pattern said to not exist. Kyle Johnson literally says gapping never produces word orders that aren't otherwise attested. Crucially, in Yoruba, it does. And the key idea that we would like to put forward is that the key to solving this puzzle rests on the two ingredients I've just introduced a little earlier, namely the exceptionally low subject position and the evacuation movement and analysis of remnants that is specifically allowed in gapping configurations, right? Many of you can probably already see where this is going, right? This is the exact same tree that you've seen earlier, except that the landing sides of the two evacuation movements is reversed. This time, the subject takes the lower position and the object undergoes evacuation movement to a higher specifier. And be that as it, we think that a priori nothing would rule out this derivation to begin with, right? So having these ingredients in place kind of predicts that we should find these object-subject orders. Namely, if we have VP coordination, a low subject, and evacuation movement, a priori, there is nothing that would tell us in which order this evacuation movement would have to land. So we predict both orders in principle to be attested. And turning that on its head, we think that the possibility of having an object-subject order in gapping contexts, and exclusively in gapping contexts, I should reiterate, that provides a strong argument for the concept of evacuation movement. Because if you think, I haven't talked about this too much, but if you compare this to approaches in which remnants survive gapping in their base positions, they would have a hard time explaining why we can get the object-subject order precisely in gapping contexts, because that is not tied to any sort of reordering to begin with there. Okay, so this is the argument that we wanted to make, and I hope I have enough time to actually deliver on the promise that we made in the abstract to actually, to talk about the gapping patterns of serial verb constructions. And why would I want to do this? Well, above we discussed the observation that gapping seems to obey the no embedding condition, meaning for our purposes here, the elided material must include the highest verb, particularly in the second conjunct. In turn, that means that gapping can be used as a diagnostic of embeddedness, and this is one of the crucial central debates about African serial verb constructions, because they have been analyzed as covert coordinations, as complementation structures, as adjunction structures, and so the embedding just should be able to distinguish between the different kind of approaches. And it turns out that the algorithm, the theory that we set up for gapping in Yoruba makes relatively straightforward predictions for our theory of serial verb constructions. Then, because if we say that little VP is the site that's going to be deleted, we have the predictions that elements that must undergo gapping start in the VP, inside the VP, and cannot move out, meaning they will inevitably be elided. Elements that cannot undergo gapping are just not part of the VP, either because they're base generated in a higher position or because they must move out. And finally, elements that can undergo gapping start out inside the VP and can move out optionally. So that's the relatively straightforward predictions. And with that in mind, we can now go on to look at the types of serial verb constructions in Yoruba, and we stick to the classification in Dishin's dissertation, where we have 4 types: the consequential serial verb construction, where we have sequential events like bola, take, yam, eat. The instrumental one, where we have 2 objects, bola, or an instrument and a direct object, bola, use knife, cut meat. The resultative one, bola, hit glass, break. And finally, what is sometimes called the dative or the benefactive serial verb construction, John, take book, give Mary. And it turns out that these serial verb constructions actually differ with respect to their gapping patterns, as I will show you in a second, because the first 3 will pattern together. Consequential, instrumentals, and resultatives will have one gapping pattern, and the benefactive or dative ones will have another one. So let's look at the first 3 types. We see that the verbs have to be gapped in parallel, and the objects can either, if we have 2 objects, then they can either survive when they are contrastive. So let's take it one at a time. Here's a resultative example. Bola beat the bata drum so that it tore, but John the talking drum. So we have contrastive objects. Crucially, we have the Choubon coordinator, and we get a grammatical example when we gap both verbs in parallel. If we try to gap only one verb, here the first one in 39b or the second one in 39c, we will get ungrammaticality. And because we have a contrastive object, this can survive gapping. The same for instrumentals. So they show the same pattern. Verbs must be gapped in parallel, and either object or both can survive gapping when contrasted. So Bola used a knife to cut the meat, but John used fork cut fish, so to speak. So here we see when we gap both verbs, here use and cut are deleted, then this is grammatical. But if we try to elide only one of them, here the first one or here the second one, this is going to be ungrammatical. And here we have 2 contrastive objects, like one instrument, one direct object, and they can both survive. But they can also just elide when they're not either one, when they're not contrastive, of course. Okay, so this is fairly straightforward, it feels to us, and it points to a complementation structure of these serial verb constructions where both objects can be extracted. So we have a relatively complex VP with the subject moving out and potentially the shared object as in a resultative construction moving out, and the verbs are in a complementation structure where one VP is the complement to the higher VP, and none of them can move out independently, and that means that they will elide in parallel. Now for the 4th type. So dative serial verb constructions do have a different pattern, and here this is where it gets a little bit more complicated. So the first verb can gap on its own, but the second one cannot. The second verb can only gap along with the indirect object. So let's take it one at a time. So we have an example like John gave the book to Mary, but Peter gave flowers to Sally. And here in 42a, we've tried to elide both verbs in parallel as we did for the other serial verb constructions, and we get ungrammaticality. And the same happens if we only try to elide the second one. What we do get instead is that we can elide only the first one, and keep the second one. Right? So this is the first fundamental difference, but what we've tested instead is now what happens if we have non-contrastive indirect objects here. So Mary is now, we try to elide Mary, that doesn't work. If we elide Mary along, just because Mary is not contrastive here, and together with the first verb, again, this is ungrammatical, but what we can do now is elide the first verb and the combination of the second verb and the indirect object, right, for you on the very right. And right, we don't really understand at this point what is going on, but like just given our predictions that we set out in the beginning, this means that the constituent involving the second verb and the indirect object can but does not have to gap, which, as I said earlier, means that they can be part of the elided VB, but it does not have to be. So one idea that we have been toying with is actually using the adjunction structure that has been proposed by Deschênes, actually saying whether the second VP or is adjoined to the first VP in a rightward adjunction structure, and then ellipsis can either target the higher segment of this VP, VP3, as in 43, and the result will be that everything will delete except for the direct object when it's contrastive, because that can move out. It's in a complement position. It can move as it undergo evacuation as movement as it did before. However, the alternative is that ellipsis can also target the lower segment of VP3. That is this is compatible with the no embedding condition, because we're talking about adjunction this time. And if so, then what this means is that the VP4 will survive because it's not part of the elided structure. It will survive together. And if contrastive, the direct object can also move out, leading to a structure where you basically only asymmetrically elide the first verb, and everything else survives. Crucially, this is how we get the asymmetry between the direct and the indirect object, because this one is in a complement position. Here it can move out, but this one's trapped in an adjunct. It can never move out. So crucially in this structure, Sally is in an argument position, in an adjunct position. It cannot move out. And that's why VP4 can only elide either as a whole or not at all. Okay, so that's what I see. Okay, so to conclude, we provide a comprehensive description of gapping in Yoruba. We have argued that the English type theory with the ingredients of gapping works perfectly for Yoruba. In fact, we think that the English type theory works better for Yoruba than it does for English, because it actually kind of predicts the object-subject order of the remnants, which is not attested in English, but it is in Yoruba. So the ingredients that we want to double down on is that gapping only is possible in VP coordination in Yoruba. VP internal subjects in the second conjunct, but in the first conjunct, the subject moves out to spec TP, and we have evacuation movement for all remnants. And the final point that I wanted to make is that gapping is an underappreciated diagnostic to probe further into complex global structures in these languages, and we've tried to give you a glimpse of this, showing you some preliminary results saying that gapping reveals a fundamental syntactic difference between different kinds of serial word constructions in Yoruba. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Yes, please.
Hi, this is really nice work. I had two questions. One is for the alternating word order. you had mentioned that the object, you use that word order when you want to put special emphasis on the object. I think you said focus, right? And so I'm wondering if they're both just moved into the specifier of little VP, where that difference in the discourse function comes from. The second question is in the last case, when you're looking at the give serial verbs, are we sure that that give is still a verb?
Okay, thank you. So I'll just start answering the first question. So yeah, we don't really know how the difference in focus versus slightly less focused comes from, because there is a certain amount of focus anyway. If you're being a remnant in a gapping configuration, there is some sort of contrastiveness that allows you to survive gapping to begin with. So, and I don't think we're tied to saying this is a outer specifier of VP, right? It could also be some sort of like information structural positions that in the middle field. The question is, why are they only licensed in gapping configurations? And this is, we don't really have a horse in this race, right? This is the position that we need to assume it's only licensed in gapping, and so maybe there is a more subtle distinction saying that there's like a contrastive focus position and a little bit more contrastive focus. I don't know. As for the second one, I don't know. Do you want to?
Yeah. I mean, so can you hear me? Okay. So I think just maybe in addition to what you said, so there is also Mary Amechi. She's also doing some stuff with respect to having like a verb internal fork position. So there's something on that she's doing. And then with respect to the second question, so yes, I think we've thought about that recently with the give verb, right? So actually we found out that it's actually ambiguous, right? So you have the one that is indeed serial verb construction, and then you also have another interpretation that gives you like a preposition kind of reading. Yeah, so it gives the book to, I mean, in English that's not the case, but in Yoruba it will mean that it gives the book, or it picks the book for someone to give it to the person, so something like that. But what we have here is the case with respect to SVC itself. So it's, yeah, it can be ambiguous.
Just to add to that, so you can actually stick a number of ditransitive verbs like to present someone with something in there. Also, these this is all arguments from Deschain's dissertation already. So you have a specific stress pattern that is specific to serial verb constructions rather than to prepositional phrases and so on and so forth. So I think we're strongly leaning towards just analyzing this as a canonical serial verb construction.
Pietro, there was a question there? No?
Thank you. Fun to see this work again. I wanted to kind of echo Julie's question about the focus thing, but I'll ask a separate question, which I think is mostly a data question about the kind of like specific coordinators that license these. So you showed for the one that doesn't license it, I think pretty good evidence that you like that the and can coordinate pretty big structures. And I guess I'm curious, can you have any independent evidence for kind of more category flexibility for the ones that do license it? Right, so like with but or with or, is there any evidence that it can coordinate small things?
Yeah. So in Yoruba, if you, let's take the adversative coordination. So Shugban, what you have is you can actually have yeah, okay. So what you would have is so there would have to be a resumptive pronoun. So if you use Shugban and then you want to coordinate two VPs, there will be a resumptive pronoun in the second conjunct. So basically, but I think we still, I mean, if you look at the evidence we gave with respect to negation, tense, and then the likes, right? So I think it still falls within this purview, right? So because even if you have the resumption, you still have so let me see. So Shugban, so you cannot have like the tense in the second conjunct, even with the resumption. So if you say something like Bola will eat yam, so with will, and resumption will, Shugban, but resumption will, Shugban, it's not possible. So, but you have the resumption, but it's not possible to have the tense in the second in the second conjunct. So I think that is already an argument that shows that the second conjunct is not as big as the CP. But with respect to C coordination, I think it's possible to actually have tense in the two conjuncts with the C coordination, and we have that in the 24 paper already.
And just so we also should, like with C, it's also not possible to conjoin DPs or anything, right? You need an entirely different coordinator. With Schumann, I'm not sure, but with Tabi, I think you can conjoin DPs, right? That's what we have.
Yeah, with Tabi, yes, but with Schumann, no, you cannot conjoin DPs with Schumann.
Yeah, I think Ur.
Thank you. Wonderful talk. It once again shows how from the absence of structure, you can learn a lot about structure. And the focus. So you pointed out that there's some kind of focus movement and that it's restricted to the gapping construction because in non-gapping, you don't get that reversal. And moreover, there is a left peripheral focus that is accompanied by a focus marker. Let me respond to that. I know nothing about Yoruba, but here's a language that has the same thing, English. So English has perhaps a left peripheral focus position. It lacks a VP internal focus position with one exception, pseudo-gapping. It's precisely in English pseudo-gapping, as described by Jayasila in his paper from 20 years ago, and adopted in the literature since, that you have some kind of movement to a low focus position followed by ellipsis of the remaining VP or whatever it is. So the interesting question is why English only allows it in this particular construction. Well, that is exactly the same question that you asked for gapping in Yoruba, and suggesting that the two are very connected in some fashion. So that might suggest that what looks like gapping in Yoruba is somewhere, there is a kind of climb that goes from gapping to VP ellipsis, various things, and that languages can make the cutoff in different parts of the functional structure, so that English pseudo-gapping somehow so what you described for Yoruba somehow resembles English pseudo-gapping in that respect, which are other ways that it doesn't. So that would be a kind of a reaction to your your very interesting presentation. Thank you.
Yeah. So yeah, absolutely agreed. So there are parallels out there, and we don't really have a lot to say how to like what the explanation for these is, but like it seems to be like a coherent observation that turns up again and again, and also because we said in the beginning that we want to on the descriptive level distinguish gapping from pseudo gapping from VP ellipsis, etc., doesn't mean that they underlyingly, they, like theoretically speaking, they might not have the same source. It's just that in order to describe them, we would like to keep them apart so that to actually.
These are names for construction.
Exactly, right? Doesn't mean that the abstract mechanism isn't the same. But I think it's a good heuristic to just start by actually looking at certain phenomena, and then once we have described them, we can compare them to see if.
There was another question down there.
Hi, I think this is a follow-up on this, right? Because as soon as you start looking at just, let's say, non-canonical word orders in ellipsis, you find a lot more of this, and a lot more of this in English. You could put sluicing under this category. You can put the exceptional placement of adverbs in ellipsis in English, like John quickly will, and you'd be like, I won't eat the dinner, but John quickly will, right? You have quickly higher than will. And I think even, so there's a recent Yukon dissertation, so recent that it's not out yet, but from Robin Jenkins, who we will meet soon, where he's basically arguing that this is also how gapping happens in English, but he's arguing kind of for a rightward focus position. So I think that would be, why is there no word order change? Well, if you believe in rightward movement, that's one way in which you could get it. But I think there's a lot of this. I also jotted down some Slovenian examples for you, but I will save that for coffee.
Okay, we'll not be able to pass them anyway. Yeah, so thank you. So yes, there is more to this. Yeah, it's just that like we wanted like to focus on Yoruba because there is like a pretty nice, because Yoruba is really strictly SVO. I'm usually working on SOV languages. That's why. It's very strict, and that like it really stands out that this is the possibility where we can change that.
More questions? Okay.
Me
So
too.
thank you. There is a coffee break, and for the coffee break, you go downstairs and through a door, and Tancredi will lead the way.
Vai su internet.
Vabbè, a parte il tagliaerba va tutto bene.
Tutto benone. Vai su, esatto, così, vai. Ok?
Quindi poi quando dobbiamo ripartire semplicemente.
Prendi anche questo se trovi dov'è. Qua.
Chi c'ha le chiavi?
Le chiavi ce le ho io.
Può lasciare chiuso? Si chiude.
Lasciamo chiuso.
No, è meglio se qualcuno sta qua. È così.
The key.
The question, that would be nice. Yes, I can connect her to another device. And she will take up questions. So she I think it's 240 or something. Thank you.
C'hai il Costantino, le COS, I received it.
I'm not sure. We need to see. We haven't received it yet.
Maybe it's long file. I do have a long
Oh, so maybe that's. Sorry, I didn't know it had to be on your computer, so I'm like, yeah.
Because we're live and this is literally.
All right, so where's the key?
No, che non è tutto internet. You see the key? Ci mettiamo insomma anche la sua credenziale, poi la mettiamo sul desktop. Sì, la faccio. No, ma non credo. Io sì, di solito. No,
That works. So trying to say, oh, I got
questo è fondamentale, sempre avere questo.
what's that?
The dongle.
Dongle?
It's,
What's a dongle?
it's fondamentale, un adattatore da tutte maledette porte a tutte le altre maledette porte. Allora. Ok, you are told 25 to 6?
Yes.
Ok.
So the title wasn't very enlightening. What are you going to talk about?
I'm doing sort of an
Ok,
overview of the object.
come si chiama la gara? Ok, I keep that name, ok?
Yeah. It doesn't matter.
Okay. Okay, let's go have this coffee.
Okay, it's on there?
Yeah.
All right.
But that's the glow pitch.
Yes, just because we are in
Okay.
posing, so
Posing,
so
okay.
we stream that
Okay.
image.
So
Il prossimo invece chi è? Quello di lei?
È lei, no? Non è lei? Un altro prima. Si chiude la porta? Martina?
no, it's just for you. Just for you.
Sei te?
No, you should not say it. So let me show you. then usually there's no stroke here as I get it.
Yeah. So we have the left wing also let's see the presentation of full screen with the small window on one side.
Are you still there? Okay, great. Thanks for all your work.
Are you the next speaker?
Yes.
Hi. Okay, so everybody's coming back. Okay. So, tutto bene? Ti vedo un po' infelice. Oh, tu.
No, I have ideas for things that we try Oh, no. It's like from the first contact. Yeah.
Okay. No, yeah. I have to put on that, but it's stuff.
Aspetta il microfono.
Le dico.
Sì, dimmi quando ci sei, faccio partire il microfono. Che però
Sì,
è esterno.
sì. E dico la presenza. Aspetta. Però non mi ricordo. You are Rebecca Charles.
Silvia?
So,
Okay.
hello everybody again. We're going to start the second morning session. And our first speaker is Rebecca Jarvis from Potsdam.
Perfect, thank you. So today I want to talk about cliticization. We'll mainly talk today about resumptive cliticization, but I want to start by kind of situating this discussion by talking about garden variety Spanish clitic doubling, like in one. Sorry, give me a second. Okay, like in one, where we have a preverbal clitic lo, which doubles a post-nominal, perfect, full pronoun el. And to be a theory of clitic doubling in examples like one, any kind of potential theory needs to include at least two main components, among possibly others. So the first big question being like providing an answer to the question of how the clitic is related to the element that it doubles. So what the relationship is between lo and el in one. It also needs to provide an answer to why the clitic surfaces where it does. So in one, why lo surfaces preverbally while Spanish, being SVO, has a post-nominal full doubling element. There are a number of accounts of clitic doubling, but I think, at least with regard to these two questions, we can kind of set up the sort of main answer space. So with regard to the question in one, right, the question about what the relationship is between lo and el, there are, I think, kind of two big families of approaches. The first answer being that the relationship between lo and el is what I'll call a structural one, which is to say, the reason that lo and el are related is because at some appropriate point in the derivation, they form a constituent. This contrasts with the second answer, which is that the relationship between lo and el is a derivational one. The kind of big idea here is that lo and el, in some sense, are at least partial copies in the same movement chain. So there are these different kinds of answers to the question in one, but with regard to the question in two, of why this clitic surfaces where it does, most accounts of clitic doubling agree by saying that what happens in clitic doubling is that the clitic moves to surface in a structurally higher position than the element that it doubles. So what I want to do today is to turn from clitic doubling to a distinct but related phenomenon, I think, where the answer to two needs to be different than the answer is for clitic doubling, which I'll call resumptive cliticization, which is a phenomenon in which a moving non-clitic element is resumed by a clitic resumptive element. We can think about basically the kind of fundamental difference between clitic doubling and resumptive cliticization in that in clitic doubling, as in one, the clitic is relatively structurally high, the doubling element is structurally low. In resumptive cliticization, that relationship is reversed. We can see our first example of resumptive cliticization in two from Achan, the language that we'll focus on in today's talk. And here what we see in resumptive cliticization is that the high non-structurally reduced element, here the third singular pronoun is high, and the clitic is comparatively lower, right? So whatever the answer is about how the clitic and doubling element in one are related, we need to have a different answer to that kind of, I guess, like structural positional relationship in two. So then the big question that I want to talk about today, so sorry, let me find us. Okay, the big kind of question that I want to ask today is what we can learn about resumptive cliticization with regard to that first question, with regard to what the kind of relationship is derivationally or otherwise between the clitic and what it doubles. Resumptive cliticization is substantially less theorized than clitic doubling, and there's kind of one big analysis on the market from Matt Hewitt's dissertation in which he sort of proposes, and sort of this is kind of a cross-linguistic conjecture, that all examples of resumptive cliticization across languages should be captured through a big DP analysis, which is to say a structural account. What I want to show today, though, is that to capture the Achan resumptive cliticization data, so two and extensions of that paradigm, we need to appeal to a derivational account. The kind of key evidence that I'll show you in the talk, which we'll see again in section 4, comes from sort of multi-step movement chains, where I'll show we see multiple resumptive clitics that kind of trace multiple intermediate landing sites in the chain. The sort of big fundamental data, which again we'll come back to, is the example in 3, where we see two resumptive clitics in the two box positions. And I'll argue that structural approaches like big DP accounts fail to predict this possibility of multiple clitics in a single movement chain, while derivational approaches provide the tools that we need to capture this pattern. So here's a brief outline. I'll give you some relevant background about Achan, the language that we'll focus on. I'll then show you two examples of phenomena where we see resumptive cliticization in Achan.
Then I'll kind of go into more depth in the theories of cliticization that we're talking about today, give you the sort of key evidence for multiple resumption, broaden into a kind of cross-linguistic picture, and then conclude. So let's go ahead and start with relevant background on the Achan language. Achan is an SVO Kwa language that's spoken in southeastern Cote d'Ivoire. All the data that we'll see today comes from my fieldwork. So one really important generalization that we kind of need to establish as a baseline is that Achan subject pronouns, including outside the domain of resumption, are kind of weak pronouns or syntactic clitics. In the rest of the talk, I'm mostly going to show you examples from third person singular because it sets up nice minimal pairs when I need them. But it is important to note that all of the empirical generalizations that I will tell you hold across the paradigm. So in 4, we can see two examples of these subject clitic pronouns. So in 4a, we see the third singular form and we see a different second person plural clitic form in b. And again, the really important baseline that we need to establish is that when subject pronouns occupy canonical subject position, which is to say immediately before the verb or an auxiliary if there is one, these pronouns display traits that we would expect weak pronouns to have. So for example, it is not possible to modify an in situ subject pronoun by a joined material like focus-sensitive particles. So we can see an example of a focus-sensitive particle in 5b. This is our baseline with a non-pronominal subject. We can see that it's possible to modify a lexical DP like the name Moya with a focus-sensitive particle. But this is not possible with any subject pronoun. So for example, it's not possible to modify the third singular, I'm arguing clitic subject pronoun with a focus-sensitive particle. Right, so this is giving us some evidence that these subject pronominal forms are syntactically weak elements. And again, the really important baseline that we need is that these subject pronouns are clitics even when we are not looking at resumption. As we go through the next section, I'm going to sort of start to build us an empirical generalization, which kind of links the occurrence of a subject clitic pronoun with the position that it occupies. And what I want to note here is that in this data so far already, we're seeing this weak clitic form surface when the subject occurs in canonical subject position. As we go through the talk, I will refer to canonical subject position as being the specifier of an aspect phrase. Achan is tenseless, so I'm calling it aspect, but this is functionally equivalent to TP or IP in English. All right, so let's go ahead now and move on, sort of now turning into the domain of resumption. And in this section, in section 2, we'll see two different examples of resumptive cliticization in Achan. So 1A phenomenon, 1A bar phenomenon. And what we're going to see is that in both cases, movement of pronouns, and specifically pronouns, results in the realization of a lower resumptive clitic pronoun. And so in this way, we're kind of able to continue building our empirical generalization, which is that we get this clitic resumptive pronoun exactly when a pronoun is passing through the specifier of an aspect phrase. So first, I'll show you our A phenomenon, so raising to subject. We'll look at this verb ne, translated be likely. So we can see kind of a baseline example with a non-pronominal subject raising in 6. There are a number of pieces of evidence that this is, in fact, a raising structure. One piece of evidence, which you can already see in 6, is that the complement of this verb ne must be pretty structurally reduced. For example, it's ungrammatical to add an overt complementizer in 6. Second, again, this looks like raising. In 7, we can see that it's not possible to license a subject inside this reduced complement. So raising is obligatory. And third, contrasting raising with something like control, we can see that there are no animacy restrictions on the raising element. So for example, in 8, it's possible for an inanimate lexical DP like mango to raise in this environment. So in all of the data that I've shown you so far, we've seen examples of raising of a lexical DP, and relatedly, we've seen no resumption. I do want to draw your attention here that we've seen in each of these an aspectual particle, which is just a low tone ah. This is not a pronoun, and I'm happy to talk more about that if you're interested. But right, in general, in all of these examples, we've seen no genuine resumption. In fact, adding a resumptive clitic pronoun here is ungrammatical. The key data point in here is in 9, where again, raising a lexical DP like Moya, it's obligatory to leave a trace alongside the aspectual particle. It is not possible to have a resumptive clitic pronoun here. However, the picture is different if we look at raising of a pronoun. So if any pronoun raises, resumption in this case becomes obligatory. So we can see in 10 with she is likely to come, it's obligatory to have the lower resumptive clitic. Leaving a gap is ungrammatical. And it's worth noting here, both of these pronouns in 10, both the high one and the lower one, are in the clitic form. Again, I want to build a generalization that links the occurrence of these resumptive clitics to pronouns passing through an aspect phrase. So it's worth noting that the raising complement that we see here is at least the size of an aspect phrase. So we've seen this spectral particle in a bunch of examples already. It's also possible to note that we can change out that particle for other aspects, like the progressive auxiliary that we see in 11, right? So this really looks like it's at least ASP sized. And so again, we're kind of able to continue this generalization that resumptive clitics, these resumptive pronominal subject forms that we see, track movement through spec ASP-P by assuming, as is standard for languages like English, that raising subjects pass through the lower subject position in the raising complement, even though they cannot be licensed there. All right, so there's example 1 of resumptive cliticization. We're seeing resumption inside this raising complement when a pronoun raises. I now want to show you a second example of resumptive cliticization in Achan from an A-bar phenomenon. This is focus fronting, which involves an element fronting and occurring before this focus particle non. There is copious evidence, this is mainly based on some previous work that I've done, that this focus fronting process is indeed a bar movement. So for example, at the top of page 4, we can see, unsurprisingly, that there's no intervention by intermediate DPs. So it's possible for focused elements to front across intermediate DPs, as in 13. Also, kind of characteristic of A-bar processes, I'm showing you in 14 that we do see island sensitivity effects, so it's not possible to focus front out of an island. So in 14, we have a definite relative clause, the man that who loves. Focus fronting out of this relative clause is ungrammatical. I'll also note, I didn't give you this example for space, but adding resumption here in the position that I've marked with the trace here does not improve this. All right, so we have our second A-bar process, and in 12, which unfortunately is on the previous page, we saw that focus fronting a subject, a lexical nominal subject, again resulted in obligatory non-resumption. In 12, it was not grammatical to have the resumptive clitic form. But just as we saw with our raising process, in pronominal extraction, we do see obligatory resumption of specifically subject pronouns that undergo further extraction. We can see this, I've given you a relevant contrast between 15 on one hand and 16 on the other. So in 15, we have focus fronting of a pronominal subject, which gives rise to obligatory resumption, again with the clitic form. Just to kind of show you that this is something specific to there being a pronoun and that is also a subject, in 16, I'm giving you data showing focus fronting of a pronominal object. In this case, there is obligatory non-resumption, so only the trace here is grammatical. Resumption here with the object pronoun form is not grammatical. Right, so again, what we're seeing here is this kind of generalization that we get resumption with clitic forms, specifically when we see extraction of a pronoun from a subject position. And so just to kind of continue this empirical generalization, what we're seeing then across both of these processes is that we get resumption exactly when a movement chain of a pronoun passes through, I'm assuming the specifier of an aspect phrase, which again kind of tracks exactly with that resumptive form being a clitic. So we kind of have this like three-way generalization. I've now shown you two examples of resumptive cliticization in Achan. What I now want to show you, or sort of introduce in more depth, are two different accounts of cliticization and kind of clitic doubling related phenomena. Again, both of these were developed for clitic doubling, but what I want to ask now is to what extent they are able to capture this resumptive cliticization that we see in Achan. And so I'll be contrasting a structural account, so I'll show you a big DP account with a derivational one. I'm going to take derivational rebracketing as the sort of example of a derivational account that I'll look at here. And as I show you these two accounts, what I want to focus on is kind of where exactly clitics come from on each account and how many clitics we expect to potentially see per movement chain. So On a big DP account, the way that a clitic comes into being is by being generated as kind of a complex structure alongside the element that it doubles. So we can see this kind of an example of this complex structure given in 17, where the clitic D head comes into being as a distinct element that forms this bigger constituent alongside the non-clitic DP. This is at least one kind of well-known analysis in the analysis of Romance object clitics, like the Spanish data that we saw at the beginning of the talk. Again, and the way that this analysis works to capture clitic doubling in these languages is basically that roughly the non-clitic DP effectively stays put and the clitic D head undergoes movement to a higher position. So in clitic doubling, again, this D head moves into a higher position, and what Matt Hewitt has proposed is that it's fairly straightforward to adapt this analysis to capture resumptive cliticization where the non-clitic DP is high, the clitic is relatively low. What you would say then is that in resumptive cliticization, the element that moves is actually the non-clitic DP. So it sub-extracts from this bigger constituent, stranding the clitic low. On a structural big DP account, there's, I think, a pretty straightforward prediction about how many clitics we would expect to see per movement chain. And the answer is that we should expect to see exactly one, because there is exactly one kind of structurally distinct clitic that generated inside this big DP structure, right? So we expect to see exactly one clitic per movement chain. I now want to contrast this with a derivational account of clitic doubling, and so I'll talk about derivational rebracketing. On this account, a clitic is, in some sense, one copy in a syntactic movement chain. And the reason that the clitic comes to be pronounced is that it post-syntactically, it's rebracketed to form part of a complex head, which results in spell out as a clitic. So this is, I think, a less standard account. So I will go ahead and kind of talk you through what this looks like in the tree in 18. So what I'd like you to imagine about the tree in 18 is that this copy of the non-clitic DP is part of a movement chain, perhaps involving a lower position. In the syntax, then, we have a full movement chain involving this movement copy alongside potentially other ones in this chain. So the idea is that in the syntax, this copy is the full non-clitic, non-reduced form, but due to a post-syntactic rule, this copy in a specific structural position undergoes rebracketing to form now part of a complex head. So again, this rebracketing process happens in the post-syntax due to a post-syntactic rule. And on this theory, then, the reason that we get doubling is that this copy, this rebracketed copy, gets pronounced as well as some other copy in the movement chain. This theory, as opposed to the big DP theory, makes a very different prediction about the number of clitics that we could potentially see per movement chain. In that, on this theory, the number of clitics that we would see as part of a complex movement chain is potentially unbounded because potentially any number of copies, like this one, could be in the right environment to trigger this post-syntactic rebracketing rule. Right, so we see very different predictions between the big DP account and the derivational rebracketing account. What I now want to do is kind of, now that we've set up those two theories, give you some data that I think kind of bears out predictions of the derivational rebracketing account as opposed to the big DP account. So in this data that we saw earlier, we saw, again, two examples of resumptive cliticization in Achan. So we saw resumption in A phenomena and resumption in A bar phenomena. We can sort of put those two processes together, to give rise to an extended movement chain, which, as I showed you again in the introduction, gives rise to multiple intermediate clitics. Again, we see this generalization that getting these resumptive clitics at all tracks movement of a pronoun. So again, if we raise and then focus front lexical DP like child, we see that we must leave a gap in each intermediate position. So it's obligatory to leave a gap both high here and low here. But if we raise and then focus front, again, this holds of any pronoun, it's obligatory to get two resumptive clitic forms, both the one inside the raising complement here and in the matrix clause here. I left out the equal sign, but I'm sure you can follow. So we've again kind of maintained this generalization that every step of movement of a pronoun kind of into or through an aspect phrase results in realization of a possibly resumptive clitic. And what I want to argue is that this kind of multiple resumption that we see here provides an argument for derivational analyses of this phenomenon, which which again, because this follows because big DP analyses predict exactly one possible resumptive clitic per chain, rendering them not particularly well suited to capture the key data in 20. But in contrast, a derivational analysis allows for potentially multiple resumptive clitics, giving us kind of a better way to get a handle on this. So in the next part of the talk, I want to propose or sort of sketch what a derivational rebracketing account of this phenomenon would look like. And this will rely on every copy of a pronoun in canonical subject position undergoing the rebracketing process. So the account looks like on the next page, so just to give you kind of a baseline of what I'm assuming happens in raising and then focus fronting, this process I'm assuming, again, involves movement through two intermediate specifiers of two aspect phrases. So our our non-pronominal DP is generated here low, doesn't matter exactly where, moves into the first aspect phrase, moves onward to the higher aspect phrase, and then onward to some focus phrase. And I'll assume that if the moving element is a lexical DP, as in 21, kind of all intermediate and lower copies, so all three of these are deleted in a standard chain resolution process, right? And so this gives rise, as we I think would expect, to realization only of this highest copy in the focus phrase with no resumption lower. So to capture the resumptive cliticization that we do see with movement of pronouns, I'll propose a post-syntactic rule that every pronoun in the specifier and aspect phrase undergoes rebracketing with the aspect head. And so this will look like this. If we have a pronominal DP in the specifier of an aspect phrase, in the post-syntax, it gets rebracketed to form part of a complex head with aspect. Right, and so then with that, we can sort of predict possibly multiple intermediate resumptive clitics, as we do see in our key data, where the movement chain in the syntax looks identical. So we have movement into one aspect phrase, into a second, and onward. But in these two intermediate positions, rebracketing causes two kind of complex head instances of complex head formation, bleeding chain reduction in those two places, and yielding two resumptive clitics. So this is sort of a sketch then of how a derivational rebracketing account can capture this instance of multiple intermediate cliticization. I now want to sort of raise a bigger question in kind of a cross-linguistic view, which is that I've sort of shown you a derivational rebracketing account of Achan resumptive cliticization here. And I think it kind of raises the question then of, on a derivational rebracketing account, what the difference really is between clitic doubling and resumptive cliticization. So on a derivational rebracketing view of clitic doubling, the way that clitic doubling happens is because of a very particular ordering of post-syntactic steps. So specifically, what's required to derive clitic doubling is that derivational rebracketing needs to precede chain reduction. And the idea is that derivational rebracketing, in some sense, makes a high clitic copy not sort of look like lower copies in the movement chain, causing lower copies to escape chain reduction and get realized as full elements. So again, it relies on a very particular order of operations which are given here. And I want to sort of illustrate what this would look like with an example of Bulgarian clitic doubling for which this account was originally developed. So the idea is, in Bulgarian object clitic doubling, there is again a relatively high clitic, relatively low doubling element. So treat something like this. In the syntax, we have our relatively low element that undergoes movement into a high, relatively high functional projection. And then we have a three-step order of operations in the post-syntax. First, the high copy of the DP is rebracketed to form part of a complex head. Second, and crucially, the two elements that we kind of assess for identity in the chain reduction process are this clitic and this lexical DP, which are, we will assume, not featurely identical. Because they're not featurely identical, nothing happens. There is no deletion of this lower element. Right? So again, we get clitic doubling by virtue of having a particular set of ordered steps in the post-syntax. Interestingly, in Achan, subject cliticization of pronouns never results in spellout of lower copies of those pronouns, even if, like in Bulgarian, the clitic is presumably the highest copy in an A movement chain. It would be great to be able to look at passives to do this. Unfortunately, Achan does not have a passive with A movement, so instead, in 25, I'm showing you an example with an unaccusative predicate like die. So here, the high copy is realized as part of a clitic, is realized as a clitic, but even though the high copy is realized as a clitic, we do not get spell out of the low copy in an object pronoun form. So there's a difference between 23, where we get spell out of both elements, and 25, where we do not. And I think the best way to kind of then capture the difference between Bulgarian, where we do get multiple spell out, and Achan, where we do not, is to assume a kind of partially reversed order of post-syntactic operations, where crucially assessment of copy identity happens before we rebracket and disrupt the structure. So here's what this would look like in 26. So again, in the syntax, we have movement of our unaccusative subject from a low position into canonical subject position. In the post syntax, then, the first thing that we do is to kind of compare copies in this movement chain. And at this point, the high copy of the pronoun looks the same as the low copy of the pronoun. Only after doing that comparison do we rebracket the pronoun to form a clitic, and then finally we delete. Right, so the Achan data then kind of motivate the split in treating clitic doubling and resumptive cliticization through a different order of steps in the post syntax. I'm happy to kind of talk in more depth in the Q&A if you're interested in how I think the Achan data additionally sort of motivate this three-step process of chain reduction. So on this view then, the reason that Achan does not have clitic doubling, so we don't get spell out of additional copy in 25, is because lowest copies in Achan will always be tagged for deletion. They will always look identical to some higher copy in a movement chain, regardless of whether those high copies go on over the remainder of the derivation to become clitics. This contrasts again with clitic doubling via rebracketing, in that in this Bulgarian data, rebracketing precedes assessment of copy identity. So lower copies can remain undeleted if higher copies all undergo kind of this structure disturbing rebracketing process. All right, so with that, I'll go ahead and briefly conclude. So in this talk, I've argued that the existence of multiple resumptive clitics in Achan kind of mixed A, then A bar movement chains provides evidence for a derivational account of this cliticization process in Achan, right? And which again, the kind of key evidence being that a potentially unbounded number of clitics can be created over the course of the derivation. I want to close with sort of a larger scale question, which is that for clitic doubling, there's sort of a perpetual question of whether all instances of clitic doubling that we see across languages should receive a uniform interpretation. And there's been recent work by Lefteris Paparounis and Martin Saltzman that argues that perhaps we should not do this kind of in one way across languages. Given the sort of similarity between clitic doubling and resumptive cliticization, I think it raises a natural question of whether all resumptive cliticization should be treated in the way that I've sort of sketched here, whether all resumptive cliticization is in fact best captured on a derivational account. I do think that the derivational account is the best way to capture resumptive cliticization in Achan, but I'm not at this point convinced that that's necessarily the best account across all languages. Which is the kind of big reason for this is that the Achan resumptive cliticization that I've shown you, right, again, involves kind of clitic resumption in various intermediate positions in a movement chain. And it's, I think, qualitatively pretty different than the data that Matt Hewitt in his dissertation proposes to capture through resumptive cliticization. His mostly involves kind of single resumption and the lowest position in a movement chain. So I'm not convinced that these phenomena are necessarily similar enough that we necessarily want to provide a uniform analysis for them. But I do think that the Achan data shows that we do need to appeal, in at least some cases, to a derivational treatment for kind of fuller empirical coverage cross-linguistically. Thanks so much, and looking forward to your questions.
Okay, who's
I don't want to
first?
go first. Somebody else.
Sorry?
Somebody else wants to go first.
Okay, so please.
We'll go second.
Okay, Philip.
Thank you. So not that I'm not sympathetic to doing this derivationally, but I was wondering if there were some, what you think of, if there were some way to save the big DP account by putting recursiveness into the big DP structure so that you can get very big or very, very big DPs to account for all of the intermediate copies. And the second more empirical question is what happens if you actually, are there cases where you can actually extract focus move or something out of a structure that is bigger than an ASP, and what the result is then empirically speaking?
Got it. Yeah. So two questions. First being about whether there are ways to save the big DP approach. I think there are potentially two. So the first one is the one that you mentioned, which is sort of like Russian nesting doll big DP. So big DP inside big DP inside big DP. I think my big concern there is that it seems then that you really need to have a lot of like look ahead to sort of know how many big DP, right, how many levels of big DP to build. Since you never see kind of, if you don't have look ahead, what I think you would sort of expect is like somehow kind of in maybe the lowest position in the chain or somewhere kind of multiple realization of those things low. And so you don't see that, which feels not ideal. I think the other way, so you didn't mention this, but I think the other way to try to save the big DP approach would be to kind of combine big DP with Cope Van Erck style, like resumption with Cope Van Erck style, that kind of analysis on which you only move the non-clitic copy in the big DP, but you pass through multiple kind of prominent positions. And so you can sort of get resumption in each of those positions without technically having two layers of big DP. That's the other way to say that. That is, I think, very much not in the spirit of a big DP approach, right? It at least requires us to like have lots of different kind of mechanisms active at the same time in the grammar. That is in itself, I think, kind of adding a derivational component into a big DP approach, right? So I think it's at least not possible to just go with a big DP approach for this data. Your second question was, would you mind repeating it?
It was about structures, like extracting from structures bigger than ASCII, and where the landing sites are there, and what happens just empirically in terms of resumption.
Got it. So the kind of only example I can think of that involves movement out of a structure bigger than aspect is this kind of focus fronting. Right, and there you get in subject position, like I showed you here, you get resumption only of pronouns in that kind of subject position. And you can like see that it's after the complementizer before aspect, kind of where you would expect subjects to be. Objects are never, in that process, are never resumed across the board. There's also kind of obligatory resumption across the board for like PP objects. And so that I think is a kind of fundamentally different process. But as far as I can think, I can't think of other phenomena where you could test that.
Or yes.
Thank you very much. Excellent talk, very good. I mean, very impressive. It brings in new data and new analysis, and this is exactly what this workshop is supposed to do. So I'm very happy. Two comments that may be helpful in different ways. You didn't make a big deal out of it, but it's extremely important that resumption does not rescue islands. Because if it did, you could argue that your are simply spellouts of traces. So that's very important to make that point, because if they were just phonological spellouts of traces, then you would expect all the movement constraints to hold. So the question arises: what happens? Why you can't simply say that they're just spellout traces of movement without influence? The other issue I had was the observation you made that this basically affects subject pronouns. And the comparison that you made at the end that motivated your re-bracketing, the non-accusative, the fact that you didn't get it, that the argument I don't think goes through completely, because the case you have there is movement from an object position. So you wouldn't expect a critic there to begin with. So the question really comes down to why is object criticization not subject to the same kind of process that you described, multiple critics?
Yeah, thanks. Both super interesting. Maybe just a related comment on your second point is that I did not make a big deal out of this, but there are actually kind of language internal reasons to think that the object form that you get in something like 25 is it's at least like quite small. So it is just like, for example, it's just a vowel, and it's like pretty clear for language internal reasons that like the smallest kind of morphophonological word that's permitted is a CV. So this one does look quite small. And so I think it's kind of striking then that you don't get resumption here. In that, right, it's not just, the relationship isn't necessarily just to being like a syntactically small thing. It's about kind of being small and in the right position to sort of lead to this process. Thank you.
You can continue the second.
Yeah.
So a questions there?
Thank you. Very nice presentation. I enjoyed it a lot. So going back to Work's question about the objects, it's still surprising that you do not get it with the objects. So the question would be, is it that the objects do not raise in this language such that they never end up in spec aspect? Would that be the answer? Because otherwise it is surprising to see that the objects are missing.
Yes. So I think what I would say is that like in this data is, or like in this example, the objects always stay low. Like Achan word order, like Yoruba from earlier, is like very strict SVO. And so it seems as though objects really in general, like there's no possibility of any kind of sort of displacing them higher in general. And so, yeah, what I would say here is that the object kind of is not in the right spec ASPI position to trigger the rebracketing process, and hence no spell out. I think related to the comment that I made on Ora's comment earlier, that this pronoun is small, I do think that there is kind of separate language internal evidence to show that this doesn't behave as kind of a syntactic clitic in the same way that the other ones do. So it's like it is kind of a special object form of the pronoun, but it doesn't kind of participate in some of the same processes that these like subject syntactic clitics do. So I think there's sort of bigger evidence for, even though they're sort of both reduced in some way, the status of these subjects being quite different from the status of this object pronoun.
Yes, please.
Thank you. I wanted to understand, I think, so you have this rebracket, what you described as rebracketing of pronouns that are in this position, right? And it, I'm trying to understand kind of the directionality. It can't be that aspect always needs something to glom onto it, right? And does it have to be that pronouns need this? Or, and then the other part, is it simply rebracketing, or is there a reduction of the pronoun as well? Because the form of the clitic pronouns and the full pronouns are different, right? Yeah. So one could imagine that there is actually, even for pronouns, there is some reduction to turn it into just a head that can do the merger, right? Yeah. And then, sorry, I'm adding things together. They're all related in my head. So you had this data point in the very beginning that you cannot have a focus particle on a clitic pronoun, right? Standard kind of cardinal instructor thing in 5A. I presume that something like this might be possible with a full pronoun, right? Yeah. Right? But then I wonder about moving a full pronoun that has a focus particle on it, right? So the thought is it just that pronouns that occupy certain positions then trigger this kind of, glomming onto ASP? Or even if it's a pronoun, if you wrap it in a focus particle, now that might protect it such that the clitic doubling doesn't happen, right? I could imagine interactions like that. So that, take any of that you'd like to respond to.
Yeah, sorry. Sure. So I guess maybe I'll start with the last thing, which is, what presumably you want to be able to say things like the translation of 5A. Yeah. You're right, the clitic pronoun is just fully incompatible with the focus particle. The elsewhere non-clitic form is compatible, although interestingly, the way that you say that is by having an extra resumptive clitic pronoun. Sorry, let me find this in here. The way that you would say this is basically be third person singular pronoun, also resumptive clitic pronoun, and then the verb. So it's it's obligatory to have an extra thing. I think probably the best kind of analysis of that, at least at the moment, is that, again, you want to be able to kind of say this thing, you need a way to make subject pronouns, kind of make pronouns and subject position compatible with this particle. And so you do some kind of last resort movement, kind of building yourself a movement chain to get a spell out of a resumptive clitic low with this kind of extra copy high. So that's what I think is going on there. There are actually also really similar effects, interestingly, from coordination. So if you have conjunction of two nominals, it does the same thing where basically it triggers obligatory extra resumption of this. Basically, I guess across the phenomena, coordinate structures behave like pronouns in triggering resumption if they have at least one pronoun inside them. which is kind of a wild generalization that I did not expect to be borne out. And so it like, I think, which I've been thinking of as kind of maybe a way to say like the post-syntactic rule that's causing this whole thing is really tied to there being like a pronominal feature somewhere in it, right? So if you think of a coordinate structure as like somehow kind of inheriting all the features from its two conjuncts, then like if there's at least one pronoun in there, presumably you will like, if you inherit all the features, you will inherit that pronominal feature. And so then you kind of like, the whole structure kind of gains the ability to behave like a pronoun in these. Yeah, and so then I guess this...
So this answers, right, the first part of what you call rebracketing here for presentational purposes is not so naive. It's doing substantial structure reduction or something with the nominal that passes through. And there has to be something other than size that makes pronouns special in the language.
Yeah.
It's really interesting.
Yes, I do think you have to like distinguish them featurely in some way. Sorry. And you're right, like I think this does require you to treat this reduction really as being like stripping off everything down to just like a D head. Right, so you like do need this like very genuinely structured destroying process in the rebracketing operation.
I think this is all we have time for. So thank you. So it's time for our invited speaker, Julie Legate from the University of Pennsylvania. Maybe I should say a couple of words, but I don't want to speak too much because we want to keep time. So she illustrates very well the conjunction of theoretical work with work on less documented languages. Let me remind you of some of her work that I know better. So her dissertation on Walbury, followed by much work on ergativity, criticization. Then the 2014 book on voice, with specific attention to Assamese. And more recently, she has been working on passive in a cross-linguistic perspective as well. She has published together with various co-authors an important study in language, followed by an interesting overview in the annual, what is it called? Annual Review of Linguistics on non-canonical passives. And this is just the work that is most present to my mind. So thank you for accepting our invitation, and please go ahead. Oh, I'm not very good. Could you?
Can you hear me? All right. So thank you. I was thrilled to be invited here. The phenomenon of lesser studied languages has really profoundly influenced my perspective on our analysis of the grammar. And so I wanted to give you today an overview of what that looks like and how I got there. There we go. All right. So I think lesser studied languages have really had a profound effect on linguistic theorizing from two very distinct directions. So at the beginning of my career, I was very interested in non-configurationality, so as Rita mentioned, in Walbury. And there, I think what we find is really robust evidence for the operation that creates binary branching structure, and for both tree building and movement, and we traditionally call that merge. And so the innateness of merge accounts for the universality of hierarchical structure and for structure dependent phenomena. And so this gives us the core poverty of the stimulus arguments. Now, so that's one direction. We have very clear evidence for hierarchical structure really cross-linguistically. Now, once we move away from that, as we as a field have enriched our empirical base, I think what we find is really rich and extensive variation across languages, restricted by merge, of course, but otherwise shaped by general cognitive principles, historical contingencies, and other what Noam used to call third factors. And so with some colleagues of mine, in particular Charles Young, we're coming to a null theory of the grammar, we call it. So where ideally only merge is innate, and the child has to learn their language by generalizing over the input data. So we call this null because we assume that nothing is possible until it is motivated by sufficient support from the input data. We also call it null because it can act like a null hypothesis. So if the facts can be accounted by distributional learning, then we don't need other explanations. And then on the opposite side, if the facts can't be accounted for by learning, then we really have stronger evidence that we need to put that into our universal grammar. So the phenomena that I'm going to look at today are sort of idiosyncratic based on what I and my students have worked on, but really I feel like you could put in your favorite phenomena and we could make the same kind of argument. So I'm going to start by just pointing to some previous work on language variation in the context of passives and phases. Then I'm going to spend a lot of time looking at bridge verbs because that's something that I've been working on recently, and then case, and then I'll conclude. So as Rita mentioned, I've demonstrated in previous work that the properties of canonical passives vary independently of each other with all the illogical possibilities attested. I'm mentioning here, Sandy Chung was sort of inspired by this and did a similar demonstration for anti-passives. So I'm just going to remind you of these facts. So our three core properties of canonical passives, we've got agent demotion, theme promotion, and distinct morphology. So morphology that is distinct from the active. I've given you here an example from Saha, but we could have done other languages. What you'll notice is that we have the passive morpheme in 1b. The cup has been promoted to the grammatical subject position, can't have the accusative case. On the other hand, we're going to look at all these properties. So we get constructions that have theme promotion and distinct morphology, but not agent demotion. So one example of this comes from a subset of Algonquian inverse constructions. So I've bolded the inverse morpheme for you. You can see that the subject has been promoted. It's in this position where it can bind, the theme has been promoted. It's in this position where it can bind into the agent. And the agent is just there as a DP obviative. We also have constructions where we have agent demotion, distinct morphology, but not theme promotion. So this we find in passives of intransitives, also in what I like to call grammatical object passives. So passives of intransitives, there just isn't a DP around. Grammatical object passives, there is still that theme DP, but it's marked with accusative or it stays as an object. So I've given here an example for you from Welsh, but it shows up in a lot of languages. Now we're going to look at the next category. So yes, agent demotion, yes, theme promotion, but not distinct morphology. So this comes, the example I've given you is from Achinese. So we see that the morphology on the verb is identical, but in we've got in number 5, we've got the agent demoted to a by phrase, and we've got the subject promoted. There's also unmarked passives in other languages, and Farouk Akoush has talked about unmarked embedded passives in Sasson Arabic. Now, constructions that only have one of these. So Milena has a paper on Lithuanian active existentials. They're very interesting. She argues really quite extensively that the agent is demoted, but the verb looks like an active verb, and the theme stays the accusative. It's may raise to an A bar position, but it is not promoted to a grammatical subject. Another example of this comes from Bemba. So we have the verb here in 7, just looks like a regular active verb. But we get a by phrase. This one happens to be human, but it doesn't have to be. And the theme stays in object position. And so it contrasts with the more, the inherited Proto-Bantu passive in 8 that is more like a canonical passive. We get passives with only theme promotion and not distinct morphology or agent demotion. So here I'm mentioning object voice. I've given you Achinese because it's a language I like. So in 9, what we see is that mother is remaining in the the thematic subject position. Every child has raised across to the grammatical subject position where it is able to bind into the agent, and the verb is just there. Morphology, but don't have agent promotion or theme promotion. So McCluskey has looked at the Irish perfective passive, which is passive in structure but perfective in interpretation, and notes that in some varieties, a construction which he calls salient accusative, where the only argument in the clause is a PP, can appear in this perfective passive. So you've only got a PP argument. It's still there in the perfective passive. So we haven't demoted or promoted anything. I've given you some other examples of this kind of construction. So Turkish impersonals and Mandarin Bay passives. So in summary, we end up with canonical passives that represent every subset of the possible 3 canonical properties of passives. Now, once we expand beyond these properties, we only see further variation. So for example, by phrases are associated with passives. Well, language like English, we're really used to being able to just put anything in a by phrase, simple pronoun, no problem. But you go to other languages, so I've been working with Marlise Baptista on Cape Verdean Creole, and there we've been able to identify a passive, but the only time you can get by phrases is if it is quite phonologically heavy, new information, that kind of, and then of course there are passives that just don't allow by phrases at all. I've argued that clause medial phases vary cross-linguistically, observed rather than argued. So for example, languages show phasal morphology related to A-bar extraction possibilities, right? Now, in Achinese, you find this phasal morphology very low on the lexical verb, and so below any higher aspect, tense, negation. I've put it there in green for you so you can see it. Now, Dinka, which we've heard some about today, is often associated with these Austronesian patterns, but there the morphology is quite high, right? So here we see it on the negative, and below we see the future and the lexical verb. Also, a student of mine, Zhuanheng Shi, has been looking at Budarukai, which is a Formosan language, argues very clearly that there the extraction morphology is on a mood projection in between tense and the verb phrase. So we really get sort of the gamut of possibilities there. All right, so now I want to look at bridge verbs. This is a phenomenon that I've been examining a lot recently, reminding you of the phenomenon. So in a language like English with long distance questions, we can move a WH phrase over bridge verbs like say, but not over non-bridge verbs like forget. And so the characterization of bridge verbs is really tends to start from the English perspective. So this is a study from Richter and Chavez, where there's a very small class of bridge verbs. Then we have factive verbs, which are taken to be non-bridge verbs, and in some work taken to be universally so. And then we have manner of speaking or communication verbs that also behave as non-bridge verbs. But then they also have this huge class of other. Like, these are also not bridge verbs in English. And sort of, how do we characterize that, right? Now, analyses of bridge verb phenomena generally do not expect differences cross-linguistically. So there are syntactic analyses that say the embedded clause is a complement of the bridge verbs, but has a different status for non-bridge verbs. And so there are different ideas of what that status is. But they're designed to produce argument adjunct asymmetry, ECP kind of effects, and predict very little cross-linguistic variation, at least if the status of the embedded clause is principled in some way. There are semantic or pragmatic accounts. I'm sort of grouping those together. And these ones say the embedded clause under non-bridge verbs is presupposed or backgrounded or has a discourse status. And so it's pragmatically odd to question part of that. And again, this predicts little to no cross-linguistic variation when you have this kind of embedded clause. Finally, we get frequency kind of effects that say, no, there's no bridge phenomenon. What we have is verbs that are less frequent as a verb and in the verb CP frame are just less acceptable. And then WH questions are less acceptable than declaratives. And you sort of add these things and you end up with something that seems unacceptable. So it predicts that only verbs that are frequent enough as a verb and in the VCP frame can be bridge verbs, and that this must be the source of any cross-linguistic variation. So it has to be frequency doing everything. Now, if we turn to lesser studied languages, what do we find out about bridge verbs? Well, some lesser studied languages do pattern like English in exhibiting a bridge, non-bridge distinction. However, they will differ in the patterning of specific lexical verbs. So here I've given you an example from Jordanian Arabic. So this, it's a paper talking about here's a bridge verb, non-bridge verb distinction in this language. And what you'll notice is that of the bridge verbs, doubt and guess fall into those. But in the Richter and Chavez discussion of English, those should be not bridge verbs. So we end up with a different category of bridge verbs. The language indeed also has non-bridge verbs, so regret, forget, and know. But what's interesting is that they also notice in the paper that other varieties of Arabic do allow sentences like 19. And so we again have an additional divergence from the English pattern. So those are languages that show a bridge, non-bridge distinction. We have languages like Shupamem I've given you in a bridge-like fashion. So very different. On the other language that's much more permissive than English. On the other hand, we have languages that are much restrictive than English. So Walbury, I have to do a bracket because Walbury is famous. People say it doesn't have embedded clauses. It does have embedded clauses. So 21, I think, is a clear example of this. They don't believe that man that he's going hunting, where the going hunting has to be interpreted in the scope of the verb disbelieve. So language does have embedded clauses, but it doesn't have any bridge for all. So even like the basic tell, say verb cannot function as a bridge verb in the language. So here we've got who with, and it can be associated with the matrix, which is sort of a slightly less pragmatically natural interpretation, but it cannot be associated with the embedded clause, which would be a very natural interpretation. So it has to mean who did Jacamara tell you with instead of who did Jungala go hunting with. So we've got languages that allow long distance movement even across factive verbs. We've got languages that show a bridge, non-bridge distinction, but the bridge verbs actually do include factives, unlike in English. And then we have languages that just don't allow long distance movement even across non-factive verbs. So what I conclude from this is that bridge verbs are not universal and have to be learned. So the child then has to learn their language by generalizing over the input data. So this requires a corpus of input data and a theory of generalization. So the theory of generalization that I'm going to use, the intuition, so we start with nothing is possible until overt evidence in the input demonstrates that it is. And the intuition is if many items do something, then the child assumes that all items will do that. And if few items do it, then they'll just remember the few, okay? And so the how many is enough is sort of a major topic in cognitive psychology. And so I'm going to adopt the tolerance principle. So this was created by Charles Young. What's interesting about it is that, first it says a mapping that's defined over n items can generalize if it has no more than n over the natural log of n exceptions. What's interesting is you look at the table here, the rules can handle more exceptions when you've got a small n, when you've got a small vocabulary. So it actually, the fact that children know very few words helps them create rules in their language. The dotted line there is to mark if it were consistent percentage of the examples in its. So nothing is possible until overt evidence in the input demonstrates that it is, either by appearing in the input or falling under a generalizable rule. So notice that this is a different approach to grammatical impossibility. So the traditional view is that movement is free, so we need constraints that will define islands to rule out what is the ungrammatical. What we're pursuing is a view where nothing is free. We only need to learn what's possible, and then islands are in the complement set of what has been learned. Now, challenges of doing this on understudied languages. So the overwhelming majority of the world's languages lack a corpus of child-directed data. Now, Charles Young and Jordan Codner have demonstrated that we can use adult language corpora for this purpose, both contemporary and historical, as long as we trim them of really low frequency items, and that then is a valid usable approximation. So I do have a Walbury corpus of about 165,000 words, which is really too small to be doing much with. But the language has no long distance movement. It tested from finite CP over any matrix verb. And so no verbs are learned as bridge, but it's not really a very interesting illustration. So I'm going to talk now about an illustration that we did of this kind of acquisition analysis. This is myself and Charles Young and Jiayi Lu, who's a former postdoc of mine, now at Northwestern. And what we're going to see is that English indeed shows this bridge non-bridge distinction, whereas Mandarin, just all verbs pattern as bridge verbs. And so before you get sidetracked, I want to point out that the relevant distinction between English and Mandarin is not about WH and C2 versus move WH. So if we look at WH in C2, no bridge, lexically specified bridge verbs, and all bridge verbs, we get a complete paradigm. So the in C2 versus movement is sort of orthogonal to this. Okay, so how do we do this? So first we need to determine the input to the child from a corpus of ideally child-directed speech. So we were able to use the childless corpus for English, 13 million words, which is great for our purposes, of child-directed speech. In this corpus, there are 80 of the bridge verbs that, 80 of the clause embedding verbs that Richter and Chavez identified. And only 5 are used as bridges in long distance questions in the whole corpus. I'm mentioning, I sort of narrowed it down to 20 here because that's approximately the vocabulary size of the child when they're learning this. But there aren't any more examples between 20 and 80, so it's not that it's not that there are additional examples of clause of bridge verbs in those. So think and say, almost all of the examples in child is are think and say. There's one suppose, there's one decide, there's one recommend. That's it. And so 5 out of 20, and certainly not 5 out of 80, isn't sufficient to generalize the whole class of clause embedding verbs. So the tolerance principle threshold would require 14, but nobody's going to generalize on 5 out of 20. So each bridge verb then has to be learned as a lexical exception, and all others are predicted to pattern as non-bridge, so things that children learn later. Looking at Mandarin, again, going through the same step for Mandarin. So we, in the childless corpus for Mandarin, there are 3.6 million words of child-directed speech. Now, of the 20 most frequent clause embedding verbs in Mandarin, 19 are used as bridges in long-distance questions. This is really striking difference from English. So the only one that isn't attested is down there at the bottom for you, jia zhuang, meaning pretend. But 19 out of 20 is sufficient to generalize to the whole class of clause embedding verbs. Hence, all clause embedding verbs in Mandarin are predicted to pattern as bridge. So we've got what the data, what the input to the child looks like. So now we've got predictions for each language, and we want to see if the adult grammar conforms to these predictions. Now, if the judgments are clear, traditional consultant work can suffice, and that's good news because that's what we, a lot of the lesser studied languages, that's really what we have access to. In other cases, like the English and Mandarin, experimental methods can be revealing. So we did experimental analysis of both languages. So for English, bridge verbs have been well tested experimentally. So we did a post hoc analysis of Huang et al., which was a large scale acceptability rating experiment comparing short versus long distance WH questions. And what we're trying to see is what is the penalty of long distance movement over an intermediate verb. So I've given you example stimuli there. So the way we're going to analyze this data is take say and think, which were the bridge verbs that are attested in childless. Those are our canonical bridge verbs. And we're going to compare them against the behavior of 11 additional less frequent verbs. And these we chose based on our Mandarin experiment. They're the translations of our Mandarin experiment coming up. So if the less frequent verbs are non-bridge verbs, then their length penalty should be significantly larger than the length penalty of the bridge verbs. And that's indeed what we found. So for each less frequent verb, there's a statistically significant interaction of dependency, length, and verb type, where the less frequent verb has a larger length penalty. And so all less frequent verbs are patterning as non-bridge, as predicted and sort of as we expect from English. I've got the statistics in an appendix if you want to see them. Now, let's look at Mandarin. So we did 3 acceptability rating experiments, and I'm going to give you the, I'm just going to focus on one of them. So example stimuli here for WH arguments is here in 26 and 27. Because it's a WH and C2 verb, we needed to make the sentences a little bit complicated. So we've got wonder that defines the scope of the WH phrase right underneath it. So the judge wonders who said that the police officer interrogated the student versus the judge wonders scope of who the lawyer said the police interrogated. So we compared who for our arguments and then why, same kind of data for our adjuncts. And so we compared the length penalties for the bridge verbs. So Tsai in 1994 identified say, guess, and think as canonical bridge verbs in Mandarin. And so we tested those against 11 additional less frequent verbs. So these are verbs that do not appear in the Mandarin child as, but do appear in adult corpora taking CP embedding. So if the less frequent verbs are non-bridge verbs, as we predict, their length penalty should be significantly larger than the length penalty of the bridge verbs. No. No. If the less frequent verbs are non-bridge verbs, I'm sorry, this is a typo I copied from the previous. If the less frequent verbs are non-bridge verbs, their length penalty should be significantly larger. But what we get is that for every less frequent verb, the length penalty for the less frequent verb is either not statistically significant or in fact smaller than the bridge verbs. So what this means is all less frequent verbs not present in child is, and yet they behave as bridge verbs in Mandarin, as we predict. So out of a CP into embedding verb, and it's learned for the entire class of CP. Then the child has frozen their grammar. Later as an adult, they learn a new verb, or as a late teenager, they learn a new verb, follows this rule. English, on the other hand, a lexicalized rule, allowing WH movement is learned for each bridge verb separately. Rich cross-linguistic variation then in the bridge requires an acquisition procedure that allows for both lexical exceptions and generalization. Supports this kind of learning theoretic account. All verbs are non-bridge verbs because nothing is possible until it's shown to be possible. Attested uses of bridge verbs in the input provide evidence for lexical items to be bridges. And then if enough verb types are attested as bridge, like in Mandarin, then you can have a general rule that's acquired either a lexicon of CP-taking verbs, as in Mandarin, or across an easily identifiable subclass. So this type of approach requires the corpus of child-directed speech or adult data trimmed of low-frequency items and verification of predictions either through consultant or experimental work. You might be wondering, well, what about the cross-linguistic patterns that we find? So this model easily captures cross-linguistic variation in terms of lexical learning. What about cross-linguistic patterns? So there are phenomena where some similar classes of verbs resurface as bridge, non-bridge, at least frequently cross-linguistically. So from our perspective, that question is, how does bridge movement become part of the input to the child? And so basically, people need to want to ask the question frequently enough for it to be innovated and used. So this is where the role of frequency comes in. So less frequently used items and constructions have fewer chances to appear as a question in the input. We also have the role of pragmatic. So pragmatically unusual questions have fewer chances to appear as a question in the input. The final study I want to look at is case. So again, even limiting to the basic case marking of transitive subject, intransitive subject, transitive object, what we find is a full range of possible variation attested. So I'm going to go through them for you. So Nez Perce is a well-known language that has a ergative, nominative, accusative distinction, all morphologically different. We have traditional nominative accusative languages. Here I've given you an example from Lithuanian. We have canonical ergative absolutive languages. I've shown you Shanghala here. So the ergative is marked differently from the S and O. We also get double oblique languages where the agent and the object are marked with the same case, typically called oblique. So I've given you an example here from Mush Kurdish. We also have languages where all of A, S, and O are marked with an oblique case. How do we know this isn't just nothing, right? Well, because these are all in the past. If we go to another paradigm in the language in the present, well, now suddenly we get what looks like a nominative accusative case where the oblique is what's appearing on the accusative. This is work by Farooq Akush, former student of mine who's now at UMass. And finally, we get languages where there's no case at all. And so I've given you here an example from Vietnamese, surprisingly understudied language. This data comes from my student Zhang, who you will hear from at GLOW in tomorrow. All right, so that's, you know, all the basic case patterns are attested. When I've talked to people about this before, I've been given pushback claiming, well, we don't have languages that only have non-structural case. Actually, we do. So a student of mine, Alex Hamo, we've been doing a field methods class on Kono, a couple of iterations on it, a language from Sierra Leone. He was working on something entirely different, on stamp morphemes in the language, but he happened to come across this really striking pattern. So the arguments generally show no case marking at all. So you see this is a SOV clause, and transitive subjects, intransitive subjects, transitive objects, no case marking. However, there's a lexically specified subset of verbs, we haven't been able to figure out a generalization, it seems to be just lexical, that mark their direct object with a case marker. And so there are two of them. I bolded them for you. Yes, notice that these are not in the position, these are in the position of DPs in the language. If they were postpositional phrases, then they would have been after the verb, like you see in 40. So by the river tomorrow is after the verb. All right, what's really striking is that they retain this case marker under a movement to the subject position in the unaccusative. So this is patterning as a very clear non-structural case. So again, I've left these morphemes bolded for you. These bottles were breaking. We still get that case on bottle. The door is closed. We still get the case on door, even though it's raised to the subject position. Okay, so we have a full range of possible case patterns cross-linguistically. Case then cannot be innate, it has to be learned. Now, when we did the acquisition of bridge verbs, it was a relatively simple procedure. So the child observes movement or scope from a finite embedded CP into a clause-taking verb phrase and needs to determine what are the clause-taking verbs, how many of these allow movement across them. Now, learning the case pattern of a language is more complicated, and there is a group of us sort of at Penn and associating with Penn who have been working on developing a discovery procedure for a child to learn their language. So Chomsky called this a practical and mechanical method for actually constructing the grammar given a corpus of utterances. Now, again, I've mentioned that we can use adult language corpora if we've trimmed it of low frequency items. So I'm going to go back to my Walbury corpus. It's really too small to do this properly, but I wanted to sort of give you guys a flavor of what we think will work. So first, I'm going to extract the top 20 most frequent verb lemmas. Again, that's approximately the child's vocabulary. This is, they're sort of typical high frequency verbs. Yes. Now we're going to record the case on the nouns found with those verbs and all conceivably relevant properties. So finiteness, theta role, transitivity, and iteratively apply a two-step procedure to try to create rules that will output a case in a certain environment. So step one, you take a case, you look at the environments that it appears in and see what they have in common that will pass the tolerance principle threshold, and so is a candidate for a causal explanation. Step two, you go the other direction and check to see if that commonality passes the TP tolerance principle threshold in reliably predicting the case, and so it can be learned as a rule. Now, so looking at the Walbury data, it's all sort of too clean, and so you really need more data, but I'll show you the way it works. So absolutives, we have 20 absolutives of these verbs. So the TP threshold for 20 is 14. So let's look at those 14, see what they have in common. What could be our rule? Well, there's look at the absolutives and see what they have in common. Well, we have 13 patients and 13 objects. Neither of those are going to be good enough, and any other generalization we can come up with is actually a smaller number. So, okay, leave that one for now. Let's move on to the next most frequent case, which is the ergative. So there we have 13. The TP threshold for 13 is 8. Candidate commonalities, it's too easy. So of the 13 ergative, we have 13 agents and we have 13 subjects of transitive verbs. So let's test the rule. Now, with a larger number of items, ties are unlikely. Like this kind of tie is not really what's going to happen. But the procedure is to try both and see which is more successful. So now we have to go back and say, okay, of all the agents, how many of them bear ergative? So there are 15 agents in this sample. Only 13 have ergative because the other 2 are agents of intransitive verbs. The TP threshold for 15 is 12, so you could learn this with and just mark those as 2 exceptions. Trying our other rule, of the subjects that are transitive verbs, how many of them bear ergative? Well, they all do. So the output would be we learn a rule that subjects of transitive verbs have ergative. I've tried to frame it in a way that's sort of neutral. So if you like dependent, if you like, we can talk about how exactly to characterize subjects of transitive verbs. Okay, so now we take out all the agents that are subjects of transitive verbs and go back to look at the other cases. So dative, there's only one dative in the top 20 verbs in Walbury. There's no generalization you can make on a single item. So at this point, in the vocabulary size, the child just memorizes it. Okay, back to our absolutives. We couldn't find a rule before, and testing other cases first didn't help us. So then what the algorithm does is subdivide into classes. So we have theta role subdivision, and we also have grammatical roles. Because the objects versus subjects gives us a clean bifurcation, we're going to choose that one. And so now we test the rule. So we look at all objects and see how many of them have absolutive. Well, it's perfect. There are 13 objects, 13 have absolutive. So you learn the rule that objects take absolutive case, and you remove those from further calculation. Now, our next most frequent case is absolutives. There are 7 of them. The TP threshold for 7 is 4. These are our intransitive subjects. So look at our candidate commonalities. 7 there are 7. All of 7 of them are intransitive subjects. Theta roles are not going to do anything for us. So testing the rule, again, it's too perfect. You look the other direction of 7 intransitive subjects. Indeed, 7 are absolutive. So then output, you learn the rule that intransitive subjects take absolutive case. So there are additional case patterns in Walbury, so notably ergative dative and absolutive dative, but these are going to need to await a larger vocabulary size. And once we get that big a vocabulary size, really my corpus isn't the right size to be able to identify the proper verbs to do it. All right. Now, for application of the discovery procedure applied to the acquisition of differential object marking in Spanish, we just had a student, Christine Soyue, defend her dissertation on Friday, and she has an extensive discussion of that you can look at. Also, Iris Noenstein has an analysis of Icelandic dative case acquisition using the tolerance principle in slightly different ways, but it's in the same spirit. All right, so my conclusions is that lesser studied languages really demonstrate the universality of the operation merge that builds binary branching structure, as well as the really rich variation that is attested in all other aspects of the grammar. So as I've said, this leads us to a null theory with an impoverished universal grammar, and it requires a theory of learning that allows the child to generalize over the input data. So we've seen that type frequency of verbs used as bridges in the input data predicts the pattern of the adult grammar in English and Mandarin. And so that's part of our generalization that islands are not learned, but are the complement set to the learned movements. And I've given you a flavor of this discovery procedure that's under development in this group, whereby the child tests generalizations in their input data iteratively to learn the productive rules of their language. So thank you to my collaborators, and also thank you.
Thank you. Open for questions. You go first. Who wants to go first? Okay.
I didn't start. Thank you. This was really interesting. And so this is just like a clarification. So for English-speaking learners, do they like the labels of like that the verb has a manner or is effective? Do they enter into the generalization at some point? No.
No. Yeah, in English, they see so few verbs that are learned as bridge, and so they just memorize those as being allowed to undergo movement across them, and then everything else is non-bridge.
I see. Okay. Thank you.
So thank you. And on the bridge verb point, right? So at the end of that section, you said, well, what can't you learn? I think there's something, I mean, if I followed correctly, I think there's something that is non-trivial and correct that this approach also gets us, which is that, I mean, really the way in your the learning-driven approach, the way that you would learn bridge verbs and the way that you would learn non-bridge verbs has a real asymmetry, such that I think you could not learn a language where most verbs are, and novel verbs are bridge verbs, but you have a few lexical exceptions that are lexically non-bridge verbs. I think you could not learn that, right? And that's probably a good prediction.
Yeah, I think you're right. So the way you could learn an exception to a generalizable rule is by hearing the exception in the input. Exactly. And so in that particular case, it's sort of difficult to think about what it would sound like in the input. Yes, I agree.
That's good.
Yes, it is.
There's another question. Yes.
Thank you. So I was wondering, like, when the whole algorithm is like going forward, and you, the success of the tolerance principle radically depends on what you like define as the underlying sample, right? And I just wondered what's the logic, like what's the logical possibilities, right? You presumably don't want to say, well, I'm just generalizing over all bridge verbs that start with a fricative or something, right? So what's the, and I mean, that's an absurd thing to do, but in principle, you could also say, right, presumably you have like, is it like bridge verbs with a second person subject could also be a possible sample size, because you tend to question what someone else was saying, not what I was saying, these kinds of things. And so I was wondering, what's the logical space to define a sample size?
Yeah, so this is a really interesting question. Yeah. So what are, so I said, you know, the child, you have to encode what the relevant information is, right? And so part of this program is trying to figure out, you know, what are these relevant kinds of phenomenon that the child will be looking at. And indeed, you know, I mean, phonology isn't going to matter for movement across it, but it does matter for a lot of phenomena, right? And so, and like Christine, I mentioned, was looking at differential object marking in Spanish. And so there, of course, like human, animate, definite, all of those things come into play. And so indeed, it has to be, the features that come into play have to be something that the child is able to identify at the time that they are learning the phenomenon. And has to be something, and so because of that, sort of has to be something, that's sort of that the child can identify, right? So is if they know the meaning of the verb or if they know the meaning of the noun, then they know this is human. And so that's something that's potentially useful to them. But yes, delimiting what the scope of hypotheses are really depends on what the child knows at the point that they're creating those hypotheses. And then it's also a little bit of an open question, like, we'll just have to see empirically what they're considering.
Yeah, Carlo, did you have something
Yes,
related?
I was just adding something to the previous question. Yes, let's make a very simple example like plural in English. There are a lot of S and very few exceptions. That's easy. It's binary. But I haven't quite understood how the algorithm works, if you have already developed it, in case where the rule, let's say, it's difficult to say if it's a rule or exception, is not binary. Just simple things in morphology. Let's go into morphology. It's simpler than syntax. For example, in Latin, you have 45 rules for plurals. Which one is rule? Which one is exception? It's very clear. The threshold is clear. The fewer the examples, the bigger the exception you tolerate. But when you have many, more or less equal sets of situations, there must be some decision tree, which has to be binary. And how it can have, I have modeled this particular thing in seven issues. You have seven, let's say, places where you have to go right or left, and then go
Absolutely.
down to the root. And how do you recursively discover that tree? Because of course, if you already know it works, it's easy. But if you're a child of 3, how do you develop this decision tree that can have 7 steps?
Yeah, absolutely. So that's exactly the approach, is this decision tree kind of approach. So Charles in his book talks about the German plural case, which is very similar. So but it follows the same logic that we saw for the Walbury case. So you say, okay, what is the most frequent plural? Okay, what do those have in common? Can we come up with a general rule? If so, then we take those out, and now we look at the rest of them and say, okay, so now what's the most frequent? Is it enough to create a general rule? Okay, if so, then we'll take those out. And then you just keep iteratively going down. And sometimes there will be like, here's my general rule, but it has 5 exceptions, and I'll memorize those as exceptions to the rule. And sometimes it'll be, okay, I get to the bottom and I just have to memorize all of these. There's no generalization anymore. And so they're just all memorized as exceptions at that point in the tree and at the decision tree, and that's fine.
Thanks. When you were talking about bridges, I couldn't help thinking about the fact that every single bridge in southern Lebanon has been bombarded by Israel in the last week, preventing 1 million people from going back to their homes. And my question to you is the following. What do they actually learn? I mean, they learn that it's on a bridge road, or that it is a bridge road. Does that mean that they learn that a particular derivation, that a particular rule, does it mean that the representation of the complement is an adjunct or an argument? Does it mean that there's a hidden preposition there? What is the formal instantiation of bridgedness?
Yes. So we sort of phrased this in a way so that it can be compatible with various implementations of this. I think, unless the child has overt evidence that there's a DP there or there's a PP there, I don't think that's what they're going to posit, because there's nothing, from our perspective, there's nothing in universal grammar that tells them to do it. And so if they don't see it in the input, they're not going to do it. But, crap, I've lost the rest of the question. Can you say it again?
What is bridgedness?
Oh, yes, sorry, I blanked. So what we think is going on, and this is sort of another project of Charles Young and I. We have a paper on sort of, we call it the null theory of movement. So what we think is going on is that there is radically successive cyclic movement, so through every projection. And so basically like a finite state machine. And so the child has to learn the movement step that goes from embedded CP0 into the matrix VP. And so that's, I had this as like little arrows. So that's like that intermediate movement step is what the child needs to learn.
Yes, please.
Thank you very much. I have two quick questions. So the first is, it seems in your theory you are treating island as like a phenomenon with respect to movement, right? So the ability of movement, basically, right? So, I'm thinking, what's the motivation for that? So why not say that, okay, the child learns that in this language this is an island and this is not an island, right? So I think you with respect to Superman that you started from Jason, so you have this project where discussing languages and different islands and non-islands, right? So that's the first question. So why is it that for you island is not like a phenomenon of movement, learnability, so to say, things like that. And the second one is with respect to the data on passive.
Oh, sorry,
So,
I'm going to have to write down the first one or I'll forget. Okay, yes?
Yeah, so with respect to passive, right? So I want to ask, so you had like these three known properties of passive, right? So team, promotion, agent devotion, and morphology difference. So, so you had an example in 10 where you have like team promotion. So I'm thinking that can also be probably information structure related. So where you don't have morphology reflex, no agent emotion, but then you have team promotion. So how would you know if that is really passive or maybe object movement to information structure category?
Right.
I mean, you had an example with binding, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there are languages where weak crossover does not, there is absence of weak crossover. Maybe that is the case there. So I just wanted to know.
Yeah. So on the second question, indeed, in these examples where we're not just me, but lots of people are arguing that we have constructions where the agent stays in the theta position and the theme moves over. It's indeed crucial to be testing what are the properties of that higher position. And so in some languages, it indeed behaves as an A bar position, which is not useful for for that discussion, and so I haven't talked about them here. But in other languages, people have run a battery of tests for all these languages, and it behaves like an A position. So indeed, that's a crucial thing to be testing when we do this. On the islands, I think indeed what you were mentioning is that. So I just looked at bridge verbs, which is sort of a very small island. But when you indeed the languages that you were referring to, when you start looking cross-linguistically, you see variation in what is an island, right? And so I think this kind of approach captures that variation very nicely. So I need to hear in my input what are the possible movements in my language. And so these, again, are going to be shaped by, is a construction very frequent? And so somebody might want to innovate a movement out of it, or is a construction, is that a very pragmatically natural thing to say? So people are going to want to say it, and so they'll innovate movement out of it. But we don't, famously, the child doesn't have negative evidence in this case. So we're relying really just on the positive evidence. So it's, if I hear movement, if I hear movement out of a structure, then I learn that movement is possible. And if I don't hear it, well, then it's not possible. And so those are our islands.
Other questions? Our time is over. No other question? Thank you. Do you need a structure parameters space? You need a structure parameters to run this thing.
No, I don't want anything innate if I can help it.
Like
Except for
parameters, hierarchies, and that sort of, you don't need them. Good. It's just I wasn't able to compute it quickly enough. But that's it. Good. Eh?
Not self-reference.
I don't know. Ask the guy. I'm taking you to actually I'm taking her to a very small place. They also have sandwiches.
No, I don't want some.
Ah, okay. If they have room, there's because it's very small. So you might fit. Savoia, vuoi venire
Thank you.
alle 2? Tuo alle 4:05.
Sono invitato o no?
If there's room, yes, you're invited. But we don't know. We try to look for 6 or 7. But yes, of course, but it's very small.
Ma scusa, Rita, non aveva detto la Benedetta di andare da lei?
Ah,
C'hanno quel buffet. Tantissimo.
Martina. Sorry, is Martina? Hello, is Martina around? Martina? No. Ma non ci sanno andare.
Che hai fatto, Silvio?
Non è detto che basti.
Esatto. Io bisogna che...
Vabbè, io comunque
Martina Belluzona sei
Sì.
è già al ristorante.
Dov'è?
Al ristorante già.
Ah, ok, andiamo.
Ah, allora andate al barrino.
Andiamo al barrino. Ho chiesto a una di tenerci posto.
sarebbe il barrino.
Quello della Rita quotidiana.
Della pergola.
Sì. Anche te dici barrista quando è. Come si deve dire? Hamburgo primo. Popolare ancora. Ho fatto in tempo a vederlo bene. Vado venire avanti a te.
Sì.
Silvia. Chiudi a chiave. Prova a venire a vedere se c'è posto.
Vogliamo venire?
Grazie mille. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Well, I'll go let the other woman in.
Oh, yes.
If that's okay.
Yes, you can open the
She's
door.
with the conference, yeah.
You can open the door.
Grazie mille.
Prego. You're welcome.
Yes. I used to run the UCLA of thought up to 20 but then I had to stop for very reasons, but I hope I can come back. So what you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, great. It was really nice to meet you. Thank you again for coming.
Yeah, of course.
Bye-bye, friends.
Yeah, I think we can do that. So. Et à l'inverse, tu commences par ici. Je manipule l'ordinateur.
Oui, ou on met le micro entre nous deux. Comme ça,
Ah.
Est-ce qu'on peut le déplacer? Est-ce qu'on peut le déplacer Oui, non, c'est quoi?
Bon, ça fait les deux premières qu'on préparait ensemble, et ils ont changé là.
Ouais. Ah, je sais, je commence. Donc, c'est moi.
Tu commences, tu te sers ici, et je manipule ici.
Voilà, et ensuite,
Et ensuite, sur le
je me
contrôle.
recule et toi tu glisses.
Oui, oui, parfait. Ok.
Et je vais m'installer là.
Oui. Mais je commence comme ça.
Ok. Il faut qu'on ait un petit. Attends. Je veux qu'on mette là.
Voilà. Je sais pas si on aura quelqu'un ici.
Oui, c'est vrai.
We are both presenting.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask something about I was looking for the ordinators, but I think I can also ask you.
No, but they're not back yet.
Yeah. So basically, I think that they prepared all the materials on this.
I think so. That's what I understood.
Because I'm presenting.
Are you?
I mean the third one.
After us? Ah, no, you're the
So,
third one.
so
Okay.
I didn't know if I need to prepare anything in advance.
From what I understood this morning, all the talks are already
when my
there.
time's there, I just come and I will find my slide there.
I guess so, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I did send my slides to them. So if I couldn't find them, I would just print them. Good luck.
Thanks.
Lui aussi, il trouve que c'est drôle, la configuration.
Oui, c'est très drôle. Ouais. Oui, bien sûr. You prefer up there or? That's fine. I think that's fine. No, it's just last one. Yeah. Si sta alzando il telo lì all'ultimo. Perfetto.
Per la presentazione possiamo andare, meglio sono dopo la pausa. Sì, dai, dopo ma...
Mi aperto il microfono. Professor Lasovati is going to be your chair.
Oh.
My suffering is at an end.
We don't have PDF yet. I don't care about PDF. We don't have it yet. No one has installed anything. Yeah, so that's, I think
Oh,
it's
I have
fine.
all the references. I didn't make a
Tanto così è andato, siamo rimasti degni. Pranzo così, perciò finito degni. Che cosa?
Questo periodo sono particolarmente insopportabili. Questo periodo sono particolarmente insopportabili.
Allora, lei che ha detto che alla fine.
Grande informazione.
Perché adesso tutti
No, guarda.
You know that? How they've been distributed? Yeah.
There are people who have seen, we should mention.
There is a
Also,
handout. Yeah. Where is it?
It's in the back.
Because I had a
Yeah, sorry.
I'll show you my handout.
Yeah, but there might be people online. And...
Okay.
No, non
Dove era Silvia?
Devo prendere il handout.
Ok.
Okay. But it would be nice anyway to see the slides of it.
Yes, yes.
Tu sais, moi j'aimerais mieux parler debout, j'aime pas parler assise.
Oui, oui,
Ça t'embête?
comme tu veux, ouais.
Et je pense que le micro,
But we don't have the PDF here, so.
So-
Why
So,
not?
sorry, are we going to?
Well,
show
we
the
sent
PDF?
it to
We
sent it to
it.
Sylvia. We
Nice
thought.
if you
Of course,
could
if
share
you
the
send it to me,
slides.
it's there.
Yeah, but I don't know
Why
where
do
it
you
We
is.
say
don't
it's
know
not
how
there?
to find it,
no,
so
I
maybe
haven't said-
somebody can.
Where's Sylvia?
Which one is this? Is yours?
First.
First one.
Great.
Oh, Silvia, che si fa qua come il PDF loro abbiamo già preso?
There are
L'hai
handouts.
messo?
Sì, ma non so se è in, non so se è in
Sì, sì, sì,
condivisione.
ora
Sì.
è già tutto in condivisione.
Allora controlliamo.
Lo mettiamo a tutto schermo.
After the talk.
Ok. E ora si fa partire.
No, you know it's very difficult to play people, you know, out of context.
Yes, and it's been a long time too.
Yeah, exactly.
Ok, guys.
Sorry. Okay. So I'd rather stand. See, that's fine with the.
I think we-
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. How starting?
So our next speakers are Victor Acedo-Matelian and Isabelle Roy, and the title is Adjectives in an Adjective-Less Language World.
Okay, so in a nutshell, this talk is about property predicates. So predicates that express properties like good, for instance, in 1b. In Wolof, that is a language that is said not to have verbs, so, not to have adjectives, sorry. So mostly in this language, property predicates don't behave like adjectives, but we are going to show that there is a certain type of relative clause that will show that underlyingly there is a class of adjectives in Wolof. Okay. We will analyze this construction using two types, two universal heads, pred for nonverbal predication and little a for adjectives. And we will show that in Wolof, or we will argue that in Wolof, little a comes with an uninterpretable pred adj feature, which must agree with that of the pred head, meaning that in this language, adjectives must always be embedded under pred. And this is illustrated very quickly in 2, but we will go back to this analysis. And in this talk, we will take at the end of the talk a more general typological perspective and indicate a possible typology of languages regarding the morphological expression of PPRs based on the properties of little a and pred in the language and their distribution. So before we dig into these PPRs in Wolof, I'm just going to share some useful background information about Wolof, which is a Niger-Congo from the Atlantic branch. Wolof is a nominal class language, so classes are marked. If you turn on the second page of the handout, nominal class is marked by a consonant on determiners, so like W. And Wolof also shows number and definiteness on determiners. Definiteness is expressed by the E or A vowel that attaches to the class marker, and definite articles are head final, whereas indefinites in 4C come in DP initial position. Okay. In relative clauses, C's are also built the same way, and they show class and number with the relativized nominal, and definiteness is also marked, shared with the determiner. Okay. There is a general agreement in the language that Wolof is a language without adjectives, and this is shared by most authors who have worked on this question. And there are many reasons to think that it is actually the case. So the first piece of evidence is the fact that that property predicates like tall in 5a, mule, do not need combined with a copula to be predicated of a subject. Okay? And in that sense, they behave differently from nominal predicates in 5b. Another piece of evidence comes from the fact that property predicates
can take verbal inflectional morphology. So, for instance, they are compatible with a time morphology, like in cis, with this na morpheme at the end of the sentence. They can also take propositional negation, this ul or wool suffix that is attached to the predicate. And in that sense, they behave exactly like normal verbs like come or travel. Okay. Another fundamental criterion comes from Baker's work on lexical categories is the fact that these property predicates in Wolof cannot be constructed in an attributive construction, meaning that they cannot modify directly a noun, as shown in 8. Okay. To this, we add also further evidence. One piece of evidence is the availability of degree modifiers lol, both with property predicates like in 9a and just standard verbs like 9b. Okay, and the last piece of evidence that we add to this is their compatibility with ideophones that are sort of intensifiers, if you want, and ideophones only combine with verbs in this language, and they are compatible with PPRs, like in 10a. Okay. So, as is usually the case in languages that do not have adjectives, the attributive use of PPRs is obtained via relative clause. So, if you cannot express direct nominal modification, it's done by a relative. And this is what we see also in Wolof. An example is given in 11. Khalebu Rafet, meaning a pretty child, is constructed as child that is pretty. I will say a few words about relative constructions in Wolof. So following Florence's dissertation and book, relative clauses in Wolof are constructed with a C, with a complementizer, and an optional determiner. Again, when it's indefinite, it appears in initial position, and when it's definite, it appears in final position. If you look at the examples in 12, the complementizers is built morphologically the same way as the determiner. So the first consonant is the nominal class of the antecedent, the relativized noun, and the vowel indicates definiteness. So u, so you have 3 types of relative clauses in 12, the u relative, I and a. U indicates indefinite, I is definite proximal, and a is definite distal. Okay. In relative clauses, so the complementizers appears between, in the linear order here, between the noun and the predicate, and the determiner is optional, and that's why we put it in parentheses. Okay. The lack of agreement, so you will notice in 12 that there is agreement between class and the definiteness features between D and C, and lack of agreement, as exemplified in 13, leads to ungrammaticality. Okay. Now, there is one single exception to this, and it is the construction in 14, which is the construction that will interest us here, which we will call the mismatched relative clause. And it's a construction where the vowel on the complementizer is u, necessarily u, and it's u for indefinite, whereas the determiner is definite. So, okay. Again, it is optional. We forgot to put the parentheses there, but the determiner is always optional in relative clauses. So we have this ui pattern and this ua pattern, like in 14a and 14b. Okay. Now, the restriction on what is very important here for us is that this construction mismatch relatives only accepts PPRs. Okay, it's only available with PPRs. And it is not a semantic restriction because it is not possible with other, let's say, stative non-PPR predicates, not non-PPRs. Okay, so Khalebu Rafet is possible, but Khalebu Ham with know, the child who knows, is not possible as a mismatched relative. Okay. And furthermore, when the adjectival verb, so this PPR, is takes arguments, meaning when it is used as a real verb, then again it no longer appears in the mismatched relative. So the